Imagine pausing just for a moment and asking very quietly, what does it mean to be you? Not as an idea, not as a role or a story about yourself, but as the one who breathes, chooses, regrets, hopes. This is the space Søren Kierkegaard listens to. He stands at the edge between public life and inward life, between the noise of the crowd and the solitude of a single human being. His question is simple and unsettling. How does one exist, truly, when no one is watching but your own heart? For Kierkegaard, the self is not a finished object you can finally define. The self is a task. It is a living tension, a weaving together of opposites, the smallness of your daily life and the hint of something infinite in you. Your limits and your freedom, time rushing by, and the sense of something eternal. Who you are is never just given. It is something you are asked to become. To explore this, Kierkegaard speaks of different ways of living, different spheres of existence. One is the aesthetic path, drawn to pleasure, beauty, distraction, the next experience. Another is the ethical path, shaped by responsibility, promise, and duty. And beyond these, he gestures toward the religious path, a life of faith, trust, and surrender before the mystery he calls God. These are not rungs on a ladder to be climbed and forgotten. They are deep possibilities already moving within you, different ways of responding to the fact that you must live your own life. Along this path, certain inner experiences become luminous. Despair is for him not just sadness, but a sickness of the self. It is when you cannot bear to be who you are, or cannot bear to become who you are called to be. Anxiety is not only fear, but the dizziness of freedom, the strange vertigo that comes when you realize you can choose, and that your choices shape a life. For Kierkegaard, these questions do not end in theory. They open into the question of God and into the difficult command to love the neighbor, every neighbor, without preference, calculation, or guarantee. In this journey, we will linger with these tensions, self as a task, freedom as both gift and burden, love as a radical calling. As you listen, you are invited not just to understand, but to notice your own existence, how you stand before others, before yourself, and before the deepest truth you can name. How will you exist? Part 1. The Self as Spirit and Synthesis. Beneath ordinary routines, beneath the way you introduce yourself or fill out a form, Kierkegaard hears something quieter, a movement, a tension, a becoming. He does not begin by saying the self is a thing. He begins by saying, in effect, the self is a task. You are not simply what you are born as. You are not only a bundle of traits, or a list of measurable properties. For Kierkegaard, following the pseudonym ante, Climacus in the sickness unto death, the human being is best understood as spirit. And spirit is not a ghostly substance floating somewhere inside you. Spirit is a way of being a self. It is the power of relating to yourself, of standing back from your life, and of being summoned to become someone in truth. Spirit, he says, is a relation that relates itself to itself. That phrase can sound abstract, but its meaning is very familiar. You know what it is to notice yourself, to see your own life from the outside for a moment, to feel the distance between what you are and what you feel you ought to be. In that distance, In that inner conversation, spirit appears. But this self that relates to itself is not free, floating. It is always a synthesis, a weaving together of opposed dimensions. You are finite, tied to a specific body, a language, a history, a set of circumstances. And at the same time you sense something infinite in you, an openness, an ability to imagine, to reach beyond what is given, to say, I could be otherwise. You are temporal, you age, you change, you move through days and years that cannot be repeated. And yet, you also sense something like the eternal, enduring values, lasting commitments, a sense that some things ought to hold regardless of time. You are a mixture of necessity and possibility. Some things about you are fixed. You did grow up in that family. You did make that decision. Your body has those limits. And yet your life is also shot through with what is still possible, still open, still able to be shaped. Kierkegaard gathers all of this into a picture, the self as a synthesis of the finite and the infinite, the temporal and the eternal, necessity and possibility. You are not asked to escape one side and live only in the other. You are asked to live in the tension, to hold both at once. Think of a tightrope walker. They do not become balanced by fleeing to one side of the rope and staying there. Balance is an ongoing achievement. It exists only as long as they keep moving, making constant adjustments, feeling their way forward. For Kierkegaard, becoming a self is something like that. There is no final, stable pose. There is only the ongoing work of synthesis. Much of this synthesis is not chosen. You do not select the moment in history into which you are born. You do not vote on your basic temperament, your genetic inheritance, the early experiences that shape you before you can even speak. Your finitude, your necessity, your temporality are given. In that sense, there is a deep layer of self-acceptance that is required. To become yourself, you must at some point say, this really is my life. These really are my limits. This really is my past. And yet, if selfhood were only acceptance of what is necessary, something vital would be missing. Spirit is restless. It reaches out. You can imagine different ways of living, other paths your story could take. You can promise, decide, commit. You can say, from now on. In this sense, the self is also self-shaping. It is not the pure self-creation that later existentialists sometimes celebrate, as if you could build yourself from nothing. But it is a real power, the power to receive your life, and yet not merely endure it, to work with it, to shape it from within. So a deeper picture emerges. The self is not a static thing you could someday describe completely. The self is an activity. The activity of holding together what feels like it could fall apart. Your daily tasks and your sense of a larger purpose. Your smallness and your longing for something infinite. Your past that cannot be changed and the open future that asks to be chosen. Kierkegaard also insists on another element. This relation that relates itself to itself does not arise of its own accord. It is, as he puts it, grounded in another. You do not invent the very fact that you are a self, that you exist at all. That you stand in this tension of finitude and infinity. There is a deeper source. For Kierkegaard, that source is God the power that established the self and then, in a sense, lets it go, giving it room to become itself in freedom. Even if the word God is distant for you, his point may still resonate. None of us makes the basic conditions of our existence. We awaken into a life we did not choose, into a world already there, into meanings and values and demands that seem to come from beyond our private preferences. Whether we name that God, or law, or truth, or conscience, or something more vague like the deepest good, Kierkegaard thinks our selfhood always lives in reference to something beyond us. We are always relating ourselves to ourselves by relating to an other that serves as the measure or ideal before which we stand. This is why the question of what defines you is so serious. If your deepest sense of self is grounded in wealth, success, status, or the opinion of the crowd, then the very synthesis of your self is built on fragile foundations. Those things can be taken away. The crowd can turn. The role can end. The image can fail. And when they wobble, the whole balance of the self wobbles with them. If, on the other hand, the self is related to what is absolute and infinite, what cannot be lost by the shifts of fortune, then the synthesis can become more stable, more truthful. Defined by that relationship, the self is, in a way, liberated from the tyranny of labels, fashions, and public approval. It can dare to be genuinely individual, not in a rebellious or eccentric sense, but in the sense of being answerable to a higher calling than what everyone thinks. It is important that for Kierkegaard this whole process is never finished in this life. Unlike some philosophical systems that imagine history or consciousness gradually arriving at a final reconciliation, a last stage in which tension dissolves, Kierkegaard keeps the self unfinished. As long as you are alive, you remain in process. The task of balance is never simply completed. There is no moment where one can finally say, "Now I am a self," and the work is over. This may sound exhausting, but there is another way of feeling it as a kind of grace. You are never simply locked into what you have been. You do not arrive at a fixed identity beyond revision. The self is always on the way, always called further, always able to become more inward, more honest, more faithful to what is deepest and truest. To speak of the self as spirit and synthesis is therefore not to place a burden on you to manufacture yourself from nothing. It is to describe the strange, ordinary miracle already happening, the fact that you are aware of yourself, that you care who you become, that you feel pulled between the security of what is given and the risk of what might be. And with this, another thread comes into view. If the self is this delicate synthesis, then there are many ways it can go wrong. The balance can be lost. The relation can, as Kierkegaard says, misrelate to itself. The self can refuse what it is, or refuse what it is called to become. When that happens, he speaks of despair. Despair for him is not an unfortunate side effect of selfhood. It is almost its shadow, its constant possibility. Wherever there is spirit, there is also the risk of spirit becoming sick. To understand this sickness, what he calls the sickness unto death, we need to look more closely at how the self can fail to be itself, and what that failure feels like from the inside. It is to that analysis of despair that we now turn. Part 2. The sickness unto death analyzing despair. Far inside the human heart, Kierkegaard hears a peculiar kind of suffering. It is not simply pain or sadness or grief. It is something he calls despair. And in the sickness unto death, written under the pseudonym Climacus, he unfolds despair as a kind of spiritual diagnosis, a map of what happens when the self cannot bear its own existence. The title itself carries a quiet shock. It echoes a line from the Gospel of John, where an illness is described as not unto death, meaning not finally destructive. Kierkegaard inverts this. Despair is the sickness unto death, yet he does not mean physical death. Bodily death, in his view, is not the worst thing that can happen to a person. The deeper danger is to go on living and yet never truly become oneself. So what is this sickness? First we have to remember his picture of the self, a relation that relates itself to itself, grounded in a power beyond itself. When that relation is rightly ordered, when the self accepts being itself before the one who gave it existence, there is spiritual health. When the relation is distorted, when the self cannot or will not be itself as it truly is, there is despair. Notice how different this is from our usual ways of speaking. Today despair might mean an intense emotion, a crushing sadness, a time of crisis where we feel as if nothing will work out. Kierkegaard does not deny such feelings, but he aims at something more basic. Despair is not just a mood that comes and goes. It is a condition of the self. A person can be in deep despair and yet appear cheerful, busy, successful, even content. At its core, despair means not wanting to be the self you are, or wanting to be yourself in a way that cuts you off from your true ground. It is a kind of inner misalignment. The self is out of key with itself. Climacus begins by saying something startling in a certain sense. Every human self is in despair unless it is transparently related to God. Why? Because as long as the self is grounded in something transient, something finite, it is ultimately insecure. If I make my career my ultimate identity, or my romantic relationship, or my talent, I am building my selfhood on what can fail. And even if it does not fail outwardly, I know it could. This hidden knowledge can hollow out my life from within. Despair, then, is not reserved for dramatic failures. It quietly infuses lives that, on the surface, are going very well. It appears wherever a person is not at peace with being the self they actually are, in truth, before the deepest source of their being. Kierkegaard describes different forms of this sickness. The first is a kind of despair of ignorance. Here the person does not even know they have a self in any deep sense. They live entirely absorbed in immediate concerns, work, entertainment, social roles, daily pleasures and cares. They may never step back and ask, "Who am I?" before all this. They do not confront their own inner freedom, their responsibility, their relation to something ultimate. This person might say, "I am not in despair, I am fine." And to some extent they are right. They do not feel inner torment. But Climacus would reply that their peace rests on a kind of illusion. As long as their life hums along, the question of selfhood stays asleep. When suffering, loss, or deep reflection finally wake it up, the hidden despair becomes visible. A second form is the despair of weakness. Here the person does have some sense of self and of the gap between who they are and who they are called to be. but this awareness overwhelms them. They feel condemned by their failures, trapped in their limitations, crushed by their guilt or inadequacy. And instead of accepting themselves as this particular self, entrusted to them by a higher power, they want to flee. This flight can take many forms. It might be a life of distraction where you never sit quietly with yourself. It might be an addiction to work or pleasure, anything that keeps you from looking within. It might even be a kind of resignation. This is just how I am. I can never change. Underneath there is a refusal. I will not be this self, with this history, these wounds, these tasks. Then there is the despair of defiance. In this form, the person does not so much want to escape their self, as they want to create it absolutely by their own power. They may be proud, strong, gifted, self-reliant. They will be themselves at any cost, on their own terms. They will not acknowledge that their self is given, or that they stand before, anything higher than their own will. On the surface, this can look like freedom. But for Kierkegaard, it is another kind of bondage, because the self cannot actually be its own ultimate source. To attempt to be God for oneself is to live in a lie, and every lie, however defiant, is fragile. Sooner or later, the limits of one's own power appeared in aging, in failure, in the sudden collapse of a project, on which one's entire identity was staked. These forms of despair, ignorance, weakness, defiance, are not rigid psychological boxes. They are more like lenses to help us see our own tendencies. Sometimes we slip into one, then another. Sometimes our culture encourages one form and discourages another. But in each case, the pattern is the same. The self is not willing to be itself before the one who made it, with all the tension of finitude and infinity that this entails. Despair is painful. Yet for Kierkegaard, this pain also has a strange dignity. It shows that the person is more than their circumstances. An animal can suffer, but it does not despair. Despair belongs to a being who is aware of itself, aware of ideals, aware that it is not what it ought to be. The very capacity for despair is a sign of spirit. This means that the aim is not to erase despair by numbing ourselves. The aim is to pass through it truthfully, to let it tell us the truth about who we are and what we are depending on. Many of Kierkegaard's writings, especially those signed by pseudonyms like Climacus or Vigilus Hafniensis, are attempts to bring a person to the point of honest self-recognition. Yes, I see it. I am in despair. Not so that they will collapse into hopelessness, but so that they can be healed. Healing in the sickness unto death is described as faith. Not faith as mere belief in certain propositions, but as a way of existing, resting transparently in the power that established you, accepting that you are this finite, guilty, limited creature, and that yet you are held by an infinite love. Faith is the opposite of despair because it is the self's willing to be itself entirely before God. This can sound very foreign, very religious. Yet even if we hold the language lightly, the structure of the thought can still speak to us. Despair grows when we try to ground our ultimate worth in what is unstable, or when we refuse the reality of who we are, or when we insist on being our own absolute foundation. Health grows when we are able to say yes to our actual life, with all its constraints, in the light of something greater than public opinion, success, or self-will. The Sickness unto Death is not a comfortable book. It refuses to flatter. It refuses to say you are fine as you are, just relax. Instead, it suggests that most of us are living at some distance from the truth of our own existence, and that this distance hurts us, whether we see it or not. But the book is not merely accusatory. It is also compassionate. It recognizes that the task of becoming a self is difficult, and that missteps are almost inevitable. Despair is not a rare moral failure in a few broken people. It is part of what it means to be human in time, exposed to freedom, caught between finitude and infinity. To analyze despair, then, is not to stand above it as a detached observer. It is to let ourselves be drawn into the question, in what ways might I be refusing my own self? Where have I grounded my identity in what cannot ultimately bear its weight? What would it mean to rest my selfhood in something unshakable? These questions lead us more deeply into one particular dimension of the self-synthesis, the relation between possibility and necessity. For despair often shows itself most clearly here, either as an endless flight into possibilities that are never chosen, or as a suffocating captivity to a supposed necessity that leaves no room for change. In the next step of our journey, we will look more closely at this axis, at how the self can drown in possibility or be crushed by necessity, and at what a healthier balance might require. Part 3. The despair of possibility and necessity. Sometimes, standing on the threshold of a choice, you may feel two forces tugging at you. One says, "This is just how things are. You have no real option." The other whispers, "Anything is possible. You could be someone entirely different." Between these voices, Kierkegaard sees a delicate balance, and two very different ways it can collapse into despair. He speaks of the self as a synthesis, among other things, of possibility and necessity. These are not technical terms for him. They name something you already know from experience. Necessity is the realm of what simply is the case. It includes your body, your upbringing, your past decisions. It includes the limitations you cannot simply wish away: your age, your health, your obligations, your responsibilities. It includes the stubborn facts of the world, that time moves forward, that actions have consequences, that you cannot be in two places at once. Possibility is the realm of the could-be. It is your imagination opening new paths. It is the sense that your story is not finished, that other ways of living are available. Possibility appears when you contemplate a different career, a move to another city, a deep change in a relationship, a new way of speaking the truth. It is also present in small, quiet changes, the decision to be more patient, to listen more deeply, to end a habit that has been slowly harming your life. A healthy self, for Kierkegaard, breathes in both realities. It accepts its necessity and yet remains open to possibility. It recognizes the weight of what is already given, but does not confuse it with destiny. It knows that the past cannot be undone, but also that the past does not have to dictate the future. When this balance is lost, despair appears in two contrasting forms. The first he calls the despair of possibility. Here the self loses contact with necessity. It becomes intoxicated with imagining. It lives in dreams of what could be, without anchoring them in what is. You may recognize this in the person who is always on the verge of starting something new, but never quite begins. They have countless plans, business ideas, creative projects, life changes, but each remains a sketch. As soon as one possibility moves closer to becoming real, they pull back and retreat into another. In their mind, they can always picture a more perfect scenario, a more ideal version of themselves, a cleaner starting point. Modern life makes this form of despair particularly tempting. We are surrounded by images of other possible lives, through media, through advertising, through the relentless comparison offered by social networks. One can spend hours imagining what it would be like to live somewhere else, to look different, to possess other talents, to have chosen other paths. None of this is bad in itself. Imagination is part of our humanity. But when imagination becomes a substitute for commitment, the self begins to float. In the despair of possibility, choice is endlessly postponed. The person is frightened of fixing themselves to any one path, because to choose is to close other doors. They may say, "I am just keeping my options open," yet underneath there can be anxiety, even dread, if I really commit to this relationship, this vocation, this way of life. I will discover who I am, and I may not like what I find. So they roam among possibilities as if in a gallery, admiring one painting after another, but never settling in front of any long enough for it to become their own. Time passes, the gallery closes. The life that could have been lived remains largely unlived. Kierkegaard warns that this kind of existence, though it can feel free and exciting for a while, ends in a strange emptiness. Possibility without necessity becomes thin, unreal. It is like breathing only in, never out. He uses the image of possibility as something like spiritual oxygen. Without it, you suffocate, but you also cannot survive on pure oxygen alone. You need a mixture. You need the dense air of the real. The second form is the despair of necessity. Here the self is crushed under what is. It loses sight of possibility altogether. It says things like, "This is just who I am, or nothing will ever change." The facts of its life, its history, its failures, its constraints are experienced as a final verdict. Imagine someone who has tried and failed many times. An addiction they cannot break. A pattern of broken relationships. A series of professional disappointments. Slowly they begin to believe that no real transformation is possible for them. They resign themselves. Their necessity, these hard facts of their story, seems to define their identity entirely. This despair can also appear in more subtle ways. A person may accept a social role assigned to them, even if it is unjust or suffocating, and say, "People like me don't get to do that." Or in my family, "We have always been this way." Entire communities can be trapped in this despair, convinced that history will only repeat itself, and that no new future can be imagined. In the despair of necessity, the imagination withers. The self no longer dares to picture a real alternative. Hope is replaced by a dull, heavy repetition. There may even be a strange comfort here. If nothing is possible, then nothing is demanded. One can drift. Between these two extremes, what does a truthful synthesis look like? Kierkegaard does not offer a formula, but he offers a direction. The self must learn both to accept and to choose, to affirm its necessity and to exercise its possibility. Acceptance for him is not passive. It is a kind of courageous clarity. It means honestly acknowledging the facts of your life, your wounds, your failures, your responsibilities, your genuine limits. It means giving up fantasies of starting from zero or of becoming someone else entirely. This is my body. This is my history. These are the relationships I have damaged or nurtured. This is where I stand. At the same time, possibility must be protected. Acceptance is not the same as resignation. When you accept your life in the light of something greater, what Kierkegaard would call God, you are freed to imagine change that is not based on denial. You can ask, given that this really is my situation, what could still become possible? What small act of truth, of love, of courage can I choose today? In this way, the self moves from fantasy to responsible imagination. It does not daydream about being somewhere else as someone else. It imagines what can be done from exactly here, exactly now, and then it acts. The balance is delicate. Lean too far toward possibility, and you may constantly escape into an abstract later that never arrives. Lean too far toward necessity, and you may harden into a fixed story about yourself that kills hope. So the work of becoming a self is continual adjustment, receiving what cannot be changed, and yet not letting that cancel the call to change what can. It is not accidental that these forms of despair arise around possibility and necessity. They reveal something deeper about how Kierkegaard understands freedom. Freedom is not the power to be anything at all, detached from every given, nor is it the absence of alternatives. Freedom happens precisely in the tension between what is fixed and what is open. It is the power to respond to what you have not chosen with choices that are genuinely your own. This is also where anxiety appears. At the edge between possibility and necessity, we often feel a kind of dizziness. We look down into the abyss of what could be both, for good and for ill, and we are both drawn and repelled. This anxiety is not a defect in the machinery of the mind. It is, for Kierkegaard, a sign that we are standing before our own freedom. If we cannot endure that dizziness, we may flee into one of the two despairs. We may drown ourselves in infinite, uncommitted possibilities. Or we may hide in the supposed safety of sheer necessity, saying, there is nothing to be done. In both cases, we are trying to escape the weight and the gift of choice. Kierkegaard does not romanticize this struggle. The synthesis of possibility and necessity is hard work. It may require painful decisions, letting go of cherished illusions, facing deep fears. But he also sees in it a profound dignity. To stand in that tension, to accept what is and yet to choose, is what it means to exist as spirit. As we move further, we will explore more closely this anxiety that hovers around possibility and the way modern life, with its crowds, its mass media, its constant comparisons, can either numb or intensify it. For now, it is enough to notice in yourself, where do you lean? Toward endless possibility or toward heavy necessity? And what might it mean for you to let those two begin to speak to each other in a more truthful way? Part 4, Anxiety and the Vertigo of Freedom. At times, a very quiet unease moves through you. Nothing dramatic is happening. You are not in danger. No one is attacking you. And yet, inside, something trembles. Your thoughts circle around a decision, around a possibility, around a change that might or might not happen. You feel pulled toward it and pushed away from it at the same time. Kierkegaard gives a name to this strange, double-edged feeling. He calls it anxiety. For him, anxiety is not simply fear. Fear has an object. Fear of a dog, of a diagnosis, of losing a job. You can point at what you fear. But anxiety is more elusive. It is a kind of dizziness that appears when you become aware of something much more unsettling than any external threat. You realize you are free. Freedom in Kierkegaard's sense is not a slogan or a political right. It is the stark awareness that you can act or not act, that you can say yes or no, that you can walk away or stay, and that whatever you do, you cannot escape this responsibility. Your life will, in the end, bear your signature. This is what makes anxiety so uncanny. It is the feeling of standing on the edge of your own possibilities. Kierkegaard asks us to imagine a person looking down from a great height. The ground is far below. There is fear, of course, fear of falling. But there is something else as well. A quieter, more disturbing question appears at the edge of awareness. I could jump. The person is not suicidal. They may love their life, hate the idea of pain, cling to survival. And yet the thought appears, not as a wish, but as a possibility. The body recoils, the stomach drops, the hands sweat. What is this reaction? It is the mind encountering its own power. You could. You will not. But you could. There is no barrier between you and that possibility but your own will. Kierkegaard calls this a dizziness of freedom. You are looking into a depth that is not simply outside you. It is inside you. The abyss is your own capacity to choose. He describes anxiety as a peculiar mixture of attraction and repulsion. You are drawn to what you could become, and at the same time afraid of it. You might sense the possibility of a new life, a confession, a betrayal, a forgiveness. A drastic change, of course. Part of you leans forward, curious, tempted, hopeful. Another part of you leans back, clinging to the familiar, terrified of losing what you know. Anxiety lives in this push and pull. This is why Kierkegaard insists anxiety is not just a mental illness to be cured or an unfortunate accident of modern life. It belongs to what it means to be human. Any being capable of genuine choice will feel anxiety. But if anxiety is built into freedom, why does it so often feel like torment? To see this, we must link anxiety to despair, the topic that runs silently underneath all of Kierkegaard's analysis of the self. Despair, as we have seen, is not just feeling sad. It is the state in which the self refuses or fails to become itself. Sometimes this takes the form of drowning in possibility, imagining infinitely many lives, yet never choosing one. Sometimes despair hardens into pure necessity, feeling that nothing is possible, that everything is fixed and hopeless. Anxiety stands right at the threshold between these. When you face a decision that truly matters, anxiety shows you two things at once. First, it reveals that the future is open. Your life is not mechanically determined. You can turn, in some measure, toward different directions. Second, it makes clear that you cannot prove, in advance, that one path will be right. You cannot dissolve the decision into pure calculation. At some point, you must step. Kierkegaard often speaks of a leap. This does not mean an irrational random jump as if choices had no reasons. It means something subtler that no amount of thinking can finally carry. You over the gap between considering a possibility and actually becoming it. You can analyze a relationship for years, draw up pros and cons, ask friends, read books, watch videos. But at the crucial moment, you still have to say yes or no. You can weigh a career change, a move, a confession, a moral stand. You can gather data endlessly. Yet the final act is never just a conclusion of a logical argument. It is a decision of the whole person. This is why reflection alone cannot save us from anxiety. In fact, beyond a certain point, reflection only deepens it. We hope that by thinking more, we can eliminate risk. We imagine that if only we could foresee all consequences, our anxiety would disappear. Kierkegaard's pseudonym Johannes Climacus quietly disagrees. Reflection, he says, has an inner infinity. You can always add one more consideration, foresee one more angle, hesitate for one more day. Reason can show you possibilities. It cannot choose among them. At some point, the will must interrupt the flow of thoughts and say, "This is what I will be." Anxiety is the felt experience of standing at that edge. Kierkegaard's other pseudonym, Vigilius Hofniensis, the watchman of Copenhagen, writes a whole book meditating on anxiety. On the surface, he frames it as a discussion of sin, of how evil enters human life. Yet beneath the theological language lies a striking psychological insight. Anxiety is the medium in which freedom missuses itself. He suggests that before any specific wrong action, there is a prior mood. A person experiences a possibility that both attracts and disturbs them. The thought of breaking a promise, of betraying a trust, of surrendering to resentment, of crossing a forbidden line appears. They feel that same dizziness I could. Anxiety does not force them. It does not make the choice necessary. But it shows that the choice is theirs. What happens next is not a mechanical outcome of causes. It is a leap toward good or toward harm. Because of this, Kierkegaard says that anxiety precedes both sin and growth. The same dizziness that can lead to self-destruction can also open into a deeper honesty, a deeper trust, a more authentic life. To put it differently, whenever you stand genuinely free before a crucial possibility, you feel anxiety. The question is not how to get rid of it. The question is what you will do with it. Kierkegaard even dares to say something surprising. The person who has learned to be anxious in the right way has learned the ultimate. What could that mean? To be anxious in the wrong way is to be swallowed by your own possibilities. You stare into the abyss and either despairingly jump into whatever tempts you, or spend your life shuffling at the edge, never deciding. You let anxiety either drive you into impulsive choices or paralyze you into inaction. To be anxious in the right way is different. It means you do not try to numb or explain away this dizziness. You do not pretend that you are safely determined by your past or by society or by your temperament. You allow the weight of your freedom to sink in. You feel the seriousness of the fact that what you choose matters, that it shapes not only your circumstances, but your very self. But you do this without closing in on yourself. For Kierkegaard, the deepest misuse of anxiety is when we try to bear our freedom completely alone. We experience our possibilities as if everything rested on our own limited strength and insight. The more we stare at ourselves, the more our freedom becomes a crushing burden. The alternative for him is not to deny freedom, but to place it into relation with something, or rather, someone greater than ourselves. Inwardly, the self is meant to relate to itself by relating to God. In that relation, anxiety can be faced without being erased. You still feel the vertigo. You still stand before real decisions, real risks, real unknowns. But you no longer interpret this as standing over a void. You stand over an abyss, yes, but one held, finally, in a deeper ground than your own will. Even if you do not share Kierkegaard's faith, there is a recognizable wisdom here. It is the suggestion that anxiety can become a teacher rather than just an enemy. It can show you where your life is asking for a decision. It can reveal where you are evading responsibility under the disguise of endless reflection. It can expose where you are clinging to an image of yourself that no longer fits the truth. To listen to anxiety in this way is to let it ask you questions. What are you being called to choose that you keep postponing? Where are you telling yourself you have no options, when in fact you fear the cost of changing? What possibilities do you sense that both draw you and frighten you? Kierkegaard's answer is not a technique, not a quick method of calming the nerves. It is far more demanding. He invites you to recognize anxiety as a sign that you are, in fact, more than a collection of habits and roles. You are a self, becoming standing before possibilities that no one can choose for you. Seen this way, anxiety is not an unfortunate glitch in the system. It is the trembling of spirit felt at the edge of freedom. You may never enjoy that feeling, but you might come to respect it, and in time, to let it lead you not into paralysis or self-destruction, but into a more honest and wholehearted way of being who you are. Part 5. The present age and the levelling of the crowd. Beyond surfaces, Kierkegaard listens for the mood of an entire age. He lived in 19th century Denmark, not in a world of smartphones and social media. Yet when he describes what he calls the present age, it can feel uncomfortably familiar. Every historical period, he suggests, has a kind of spiritual climate. Some ages are passionate and stormy. People risk themselves openly, sometimes in destructive ways, sometimes in noble ones. His own age, however, he describes as curiously bloodless, not because people no longer care, but because caring has been thinned out into talk, commentary, and endless reflection. Kierkegaard contrasts an age of revolution with the present age. In an age of revolution, action runs ahead of reflection. People throw themselves into struggles, projects, causes. There are dangers here: fanaticism, violence, injustice. But there is, at least, a kind of concrete earnestness. People are willing to stake something real, their reputation, their comfort, even their lives. The present age, by contrast, is highly reflective, but low in passion. People watch, discuss, analyze, share opinions. They hesitate to commit. They prefer to keep all options open. Nothing is allowed to matter too much. You can feel this even now in the way we relate to public events. we are flooded with commentary. There is always another thread, another take, another hot opinion. We can know about almost everything almost instantly, but this expansive awareness often leaves us strangely powerless. Kierkegaard thinks this is not a coincidence. When reflection grows, without a corresponding deepening of inwardness, it produces a culture of spectators. People treat life as if it were something to be looked at, judged, reacted to, but not inhabited with full seriousness. We become connoisseurs of experiences rather than responsible participants in them. This creates a subtle but devastating effect on the individual self. To exist, in his sense, is to stand in a personal relation to what you know, to let it reach you, claim you, command you. But the present age teaches us to keep a safe distance. We admire, we criticize, we consume, and we move on. Kierkegaard sees a powerful engine behind this transformation, the rise of the public. He does not mean simply a group of people who gather in the street. He means an abstract, invisible entity produced by the press. What we might today call mass media, or even the cloud of voices on social platforms. The public is no one in particular, and yet it seems to speak with authority. It is an phantom. He says, that can praise or condemn, elevate or destroy, without ever being held accountable. Individuals hide behind this ghostly collective. They say, everyone thinks. People are saying, the public demands, as if this vague opinion were a higher court. The effect is levelling. Levelling for Kierkegaard is not the beautiful vision of genuine equality where each person's dignity is honoured. It is something darker and more flattening. In levelling, what is unique, intense, or truly excellent is quietly pulled down to the average. A person steps forward with conviction. They take a costly stand. They risk misunderstanding for the sake of truth or for the sake of love. Immediately the public responds, not as a concrete someone taking responsibility for criticism, but as a fog of comments, jokes, half-serious attacks. The individual is interpreted, misinterpreted, dissected, and then quickly forgotten. Their act becomes one more item in the stream of news, an occasion for a few days of chatter, and then the next story arrives. Under such conditions, who would dare to live with deep seriousness? Levelling does not need to argue against greatness. It simply treats everything with the same lightness. It surrounds every genuine passion with a cloud of irony, cynicism, and distraction. Soon nothing stands out as worth a whole life. Everything is interesting, nothing is binding. This mood seeps inward. We begin to treat our own existence in the same way. Instead of asking, what must I do? We ask, what are people doing? Instead of taking responsibility, we say, that's just how things are now. Instead of daring to be an individual before God or before truth, we dissolve ourselves into roles, trends, and collective reactions. Kierkegaard warns that this is a temptation especially for modern, educated people. We are tempted to believe that, as long as we are informed, critical, and up to date, we are living deeply. But being informed is not the same as being transformed. His critique is not a call to reject newspapers, conversations, or shared concerns. It is a call to notice how easily we use them to escape ourselves. One of his sharpest insights is about the way reflection can neutralize action. In the present age, he says, People often confuse talking about something with doing something about it. They discuss ethics, politics, spirituality, relationships, but in a way that remains detached. We participate in debates. We signal our positions. We feel a glow of moral seriousness as we repost, rephrase, or react. Yet nothing in our own life changes. For Kierkegaard, this is a way of living in bad faith, even if we do not intend it. We surround ourselves with mirrors, but never turn the mirror toward our own heart. Leveling also reshapes our sense of value. When the public becomes the ultimate reference point, we live in constant comparison. We measure our worth by visibility, attention, and approval. If the crowd applauds, we feel real. If the crowd ignores or attacks, we feel annihilated. But the public is fickle. It cannot truly know any single person. It cannot see the secret struggles, the quiet fidelities, the sacrifices that never make the news. It can only respond to what is easily displayed. In this environment, an inner split grows. On the surface, we present an image for the public to gaze. Underneath, our real self becomes thin, neglected, or even unknown. Kierkegaard does not simply blame society or the media for this split. He keeps returning to the responsibility of the individual. Even in a leveling age, the task of becoming a self is not removed. It becomes more difficult, more hidden, more easily postponed, but not impossible. The crucial question he presses is, this before whom are you living? If you live before the public, your existence will always be indirect. You will ask, often without realizing it, how does this look? Rather than, is this true? You will let anonymous forces dictate what is admirable, what is shameful, what is worth striving for. If, by contrast, you live before God, or more broadly, before the deepest truth you can name, then the measure of your life shifts. You begin to care less about how your choices appear, and more about whether they are honest. You become less absorbed in whether you are noticed, and more absorbed in whether you are faithful. This does not pull you away from others. In fact, Kierkegaard thinks that only someone who no longer worships the crowd can truly love concrete individuals. When you live for the public, other people become audiences or obstacles. When you live in truth, they can become neighbors. So what does resistance to leveling look like in practice? It is not loud rebellion for its own sake. It is not the cultivation of eccentricity. Kierkegaard is not urging us to be different, just to be different. Instead, resistance begins in a quiet, inward reorientation. It might mean allowing some of the noise to fall silent, so that you can hear your own conscience again. It might mean stepping back from the constant demand to react, to comment, to appear. It might mean daring to let some of your most important decisions be invisible, to choose faithfulness in relationships, integrity in work, patience in suffering, even when no one is watching and no one applauds. In such choices, you reclaim the space of individuality that leveling erodes. You rediscover that your life is not a spectacle, but a task. You remember that the point is not to be seen, but to be true. Kierkegaard, Dart's critique of the present age is severe, but it is not a counsel of despair. Hidden within it is a strange encouragement. Even in a culture of distraction, comparison, and leveling, it is still possible to exist. Not just to be one more voice in the chorus of the public, but to be quietly and steadfastly a single person, answering to the call that addresses you from beyond the crowd. Part 6. The Spheres of Existence and the Stages of Life. Slowly consider how many different lives you have already lived inside this one. There is the child you once were, absorbed in play and immediate pleasure. There is the person you tried to be when you first made promises, took responsibilities, stepped into roles. And perhaps there is also another life, more hidden in moments of prayer or doubt, of searching for a meaning, that goes beyond success and failure. Kierkegaard gathers these patterns into what he calls spheres of existence or stages on life's way. These are not rigid boxes into which people can be sorted. They are more like distinct ways of answering the question, what makes a human life worthwhile? He speaks broadly of three main spheres: the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious. The aesthetic sphere is oriented toward pleasure, novelty, beauty, and stimulation. Its question is, what will make this moment interesting? The ethical sphere, by contrast, is oriented toward responsibility and continuity. Its question is, what is my duty, and who am I becoming over time? The religious sphere goes deeper still. Its question is, how do I stand before God, the Absolute, the Infinite, and what does that demand of my whole existence? At first glance, this might look like a simple ladder from lower to higher, childish to mature, selfish to spiritual. Kierkegaard does sometimes describe them in this way, even using images of height. In one striking picture, he imagines people living in a multi-story house, but choosing to stay in the basement. They live only for sensuous satisfaction, ignoring the higher levels available to them as beings of spirit. And yet, if we read him carefully, the story is not so linear. These stages are not like biological phases you naturally grow through, one after the other. You do not automatically climb from aesthetic to ethical to religious as you age. You can be an old man and still live aesthetically. You can be surrounded by religious language and ritual, yet remain essentially aesthetic or merely conventional in your heart. For Kierkegaard, each sphere is a possibility of how to exist. Each involves a certain way of valuing, a certain tone of life, a certain relation to self, others, and God, and each can be chosen or refused. That is why he sometimes prefers the term spheres rather than stages. Spheres can coexist, overlap, and conflict within one person. You may be ethically responsible in your work, yet aesthetic and escapist in your free time. You may sense religious questions stirring, while still clinging fiercely to ethical ideals of respectability. The movement between these ways of life is not automatic progress. It is the result of inner crises, awakenings, and decisions. The aesthetic sphere has its own brilliance. Kierkegaard never reduces it to shallow hedonism. The aesthete can be highly intelligent, sensitive to beauty, inventive. This sphere includes the love of art, romance, humour, sensuality, adventure. It is where curiosity, imagination, and the joy of experience live. But left to itself, the aesthetic way of life tends toward fragmentation and despair. If the highest good is simply interestingness, then commitment becomes dangerous. To marry, to bind yourself to a cause, to endure repetition and routine, these look like threats. The aesthete wants possibilities without limit, but shrinks from the weight of decision. Sooner or later, boredom presses in. The constant search for novelty exhausts itself. Pleasure no longer satisfies. In its more honest moments, the aesthetic life feels empty. This crisis can open the door to the ethical. The ethical sphere values stability, responsibility, and character. Instead of asking how to avoid boredom, the ethical person asks what kind of self they are becoming over time. They accept that to be genuinely human is to make and keep commitments to a partner, to children, to work, to community. They recognize that freedom is not just the ability to choose again and again, but the ability to stand by a choice. In this sphere, the self begins to gather itself. Life acquires narrative shape. Actions are judged not only by how they feel in the moment, but by how they fit into a coherent whole. The ethical person strives for integrity, for consistency between words and deeds. Kierkegaard respects this deeply, yet he also insists that the ethical sphere is not the final word. Why? Because even the most sincere ethical person encounters limits they cannot overcome by willpower alone. No one can perfectly fulfill their duties. We break promises, sometimes in small, sometimes in devastating ways. We hurt those we love. We discover in ourselves impulses and failures that cannot be neatly explained or justified. The more seriously we take ethics, the more we see our inability to be fully what we ought to be. This confrontation with guilt, weakness, and suffering exposes a crack in the ethical ideal. The ethical self wants to ground its identity in its own constancy and decency, but reality shows us that we are not as upright as we wish to appear. Our control is limited. Our life can be broken by events beyond our planning. Here the religious sphere appears, not as an abstract doctrine, but as a response to this deep dissonance. In the religious mode of existence, the individual no longer seeks to secure their worth purely by their own achievements, virtues, or social roles. They stand, instead, in a direct relation to God, or to what Kierkegaard calls the Absolute. This relation is not simply a belief that God exists. It is a way of existing before God with reverence, trust, and humility. The religious person acknowledges that their true self is not self made in the proud sense. It is received. They see their life, with all its brokenness and limits, as something held and judged, but also forgiven and transformed by a love that exceeds human standards. From the outside, this may not look spectacular. A religious life, for Kierkegaard, is often hidden in the ordinary, in a quiet, persistent faithfulness, in a willingness to suffer for truth, in acts of love that are not glamorous. What distinguishes it is not the outward shape, but the inward reference point. Ethically, you may be a good parent because that is your duty. Religiously, you love your child before God, aware that both you and the child are entrusted beings. Ethically, you may be honest. In business, because you value integrity. Religiously, you see your work as a sphere of answerability to the divine. Kierkegaard admits that it is tempting to domesticate the religious, to treat it as a comforting layer added on top of ethics. But for him, the genuine religious sphere remains disruptive. It demands more than decency. It calls for surrender, for a willingness to lose one's life in order to find it. This is why the transitions between spheres are not smooth upgrades. They often come through crisis. The aesthete may hit a point of despair and feel, for the first time, the need for a stable self. The ethical person may collapse. Faced with their own failure or suffering, they cannot rationalize, and discover that they need grace rather than merely discipline. The religious person, in turn, may be asked to go beyond even their ethical understanding in what Kierkegaard later calls the teleological suspension of the ethical. Each movement involves a reorientation of passion, or what he names inwardness. You do not glide from one sphere to another by gaining more information. You are moved, shaken, compelled to see life differently. It is important, though, not to imagine that the higher simply erases the lower. Kierkegaard insists that the aesthetic is never fully left behind. Even the most devout person retains an aesthetic dimension, joy in beauty, appreciation of art, delight in sensual life. The ethical remains vital too. Promises still matter. Justice still matters. Character still matters. What changes is the order of depth. In a mature existence, the aesthetic can be transfigured rather than denied. Pleasure is no longer the meaning of life, but it becomes a gift. Ethics, too, is transformed. Duties are no longer grounded only in social roles or personal pride, but in a deeper relation to the absolute. Seen this way, the spheres of existence are not a simple ranking from bad to good people. They are different ways the human heart can organize its loves. So where do you find yourself? You might recognize patterns of the aesthete in your need for constant distraction, in your fear of routine, in your reluctance to commit. You might see the ethical sphere in your sense of responsibility, your desire for coherence, your pride in being dependable. You might feel the religious sphere stirring when duties no longer answer the deepest questions of guilt, suffering, and ultimate meaning. Kierkegaard does not offer this as a psychological test with fixed results. He offers it as a mirror. His hope is not that you will memorize 3 categories, but that you will notice the choices implicit in your way of living. Because for him, the crucial question is never simply, which sphere am I in? It is always, how am I, this single individual, responding to the fact that I must become a self? Within that question, the aesthetic, ethical, and religious are not external paths laid out in advance. They are already there as possibilities in you. In different seasons, different voices among them grow louder. To live reflectively in Kierkegaard's sense is not to float above these possibilities, analyzing them from a safe distance. It is to recognize that you cannot avoid choosing among them, even by not choosing. If you remain mostly aesthetic, that is itself a decision about what counts as a good life. If you stay within the ethical, refusing to face the religious questions that trouble you, that too is a decision. If you move toward the religious, it will be through acts of trust that no argument can fully secure. The spheres of existence, then, are not just an idea about humanity. They are an invitation addressed to you. What do you live for? What do you treat as ultimate? And are you willing to let your life be more than a basement of passing pleasures, more than a careful arrangement of duties, to become, instead, a house opened upward all the way to the sky? Part 7, The Aesthetic Sphere, Crop Rotation and Boredom. Within Kierkegaard's world, there is a young man who lives almost entirely for one thing: not to be bored. He is clever, ironic, sensitive and restless. He can see through almost everything, yet he himself cannot quite see what his way of living is doing to him. Kierkegaard calls this realm of existence the aesthetic sphere, not in the simple sense of enjoying paintings or music, but aesthetic in a deeper sense: life, organized around experiences, moods, and the pursuit of what is interesting. The aesthetic life asks again and again, is this pleasurable? Is this stimulating? Is this worth my attention? If not, it is quietly dismissed. At the center of this sphere stands a peculiar enemy: boredom. For the aesthete, boredom is not a minor annoyance. It is a kind of horror. It is the moment when the colors drain away, when nothing feels worth doing, when the show of life seems to have stopped. Faced with that emptiness, the aesthete does not ask, "What truth is this revealing about me?" but instead asks, "How can I escape this, and as quickly as possible?" In one of Kierkegaard's most striking texts, the aesthete describes a strategy he calls crop rotation. In farming, if you grow the same crop in the same soil year after year, the earth is exhausted and the harvest declines. You must rotate the crops, change what you plant, let the ground renew itself. The aesthete takes this image and turns it into a philosophy of living. To avoid the exhaustion of boredom, you must constantly rotate the crops of your experience. Change your surroundings, your conversations, your habits, your pleasures. Never let anything become too familiar, too settled, too serious. Just when something begins to demand more of you, you move on. At a superficial level, this looks like simple novelty seeking. Today one hobby, tomorrow another. This year one city, next year the next. New relationships, new jobs, new interests. But Kierkegaard's aesthete is more subtle. He knows that you cannot always change the outside world. You cannot always afford to travel, to move, to buy. So he proposes a different kind of crop rotation, not of external things, but of inner attitudes. You can, he suggests, relate to the same situation in endlessly different ways. You can watch a play but arrive late and see only the middle. You can read a book but stop before the ending. You can pretend that ordinary encounters are scenes in a drama in which you are the director, the critic, or the amused onlooker. You can play with your own mood toward things, taking them seriously one day, ironically the next, with cold detachment on another. Here boredom is not overcome by committing more deeply to life, but by stepping back from it. Life becomes material, like clay in the hands of the imagination. Your own experiences, and even your own suffering, can be shaped into something aesthetically pleasing. A story, a pose, a mood, a style. Notice the movement here. Instead of being a participant in life, you become a spectator of your own existence. Your inner attitude is no longer simply, "I am living," but rather, "I am watching myself live." You hover above your own commitments, keeping just enough distance that nothing can truly claim you. There is a kind of power in this. It frees you from certain fears. If everything is a scene, you can always rewrite it. If every relationship is a performance, you can always step away from the stage. If boredom threatens, you can manipulate your attention, your irony, your memories, your fantasies, until you feel something again. Yet this power is also a deep weakness, because to keep boredom away at all costs, you must also keep away anything that might require you to stay. You must avoid binding promises, steady responsibilities, entangling loves. You must guard yourself against situations in which another person can count on you in the long run. Marriage, lasting friendship, serious work, these become dangerous, not because they are unpleasant, but because they tie you to a path. They limit your constant ability to rotate the crops. They ask of you something the aesthete fears most: continuity. From the outside, this way of living can look vibrant. The aesthete has stories to tell, insights to share, sharp observations about other people's foolishness or conformity. He may be witty at dinner, fascinating in letters, endlessly entertaining on the page. But inwardly, something else is taking shape. Because every time you refuse to commit, you also refuse to be someone through time. You are not oneself that endures and grows. You are a series of cleverly edited moments. You are, as Kierkegaard suggests, more like a collection of fragments than a life. And boredom, avoided on the surface, seeps back in deeper ways. No matter how many experiences you gather, no matter how refined your taste, repetition eventually returns. The new song becomes familiar. The clever remark has been said before. The city that once dazzled becomes ordinary. The person who seemed extraordinary begins to show their limits, their needs, their humanness. At that point, standing back and rotating your inner attitude can feel more like a defense than an adventure. Irony becomes armor, arbitrariness becomes a shield. You cultivate an ability to withdraw your seriousness at any moment, to pretend not to care, to treat what once moved you as a passing amusement. Kierkegaard sees here a form of despair. Not the loud despair of someone crying out for help, but a quiet, refined despair that almost admires itself. The aesthete is often painfully aware that something is wrong, that his life is missing depth, truth, and wholeness. But instead of allowing that pain to call him into another way of living, he makes even his despair into an aesthetic object. He treats his own brokenness as raw material. Tragedy becomes a genre. Lost love becomes an exquisite wound to contemplate. His inability to commit becomes an interesting psychological puzzle. In this way, even suffering is pressed into the service of avoiding true change. If we listen closely, this is not only the story of a 19th century Danish figure, but a recognizable temptation in our own time. The endless rotation of content, the constant search for the next thing, a new series to watch, a new trend to follow, a new person to message, can easily become our own version of crop rotation. We tell ourselves we are simply curious, open, free. But often, behind the motion, there is a quieter fear of stillness. Because if we stopped rotating for a while, if we let the silence arrive, we might have to face questions that cannot be entertained from the safe distance of irony. Questions like, what am I doing with this one life? Who, if anyone, can rely on me? What do I truly love, beyond the pleasure I get from loving it? Kierkegaard is not against beauty or enjoyment. He is not suggesting that an ethical or religious life should be grey and joyless. What he is challenging is the attempt to make the aesthetic sphere complete in itself, to live as though life were only about arranging experiences, managing moods, and avoiding boredom. For him, boredom is not just an irritation. It can be a kind of signal. When you have exhausted the strategies of rotation, when even your imagination runs thin, boredom reveals the limits of a life, built on the search for the interesting. It points to a deeper hunger, not just to be entertained, but to be someone, not just to feel intensely, but to belong. To answer to something larger than your own changing preferences. From the standpoint of the aesthetic, this deeper hunger is dangerous. It threatens the freedom to withdraw, to keep everything provisional. Yet for Kierkegaard, this danger is exactly where the possibility of a truer existence begins. The aesthete wants to keep life as a spectacle, but existence, he suggests, eventually asks you to step on stage. To let certain tasks, responsibilities, and people matter so much that you cannot simply rotate away from them when you are tired or afraid. To discover a continuity in yourself that no longer depends on the next diversion. In that sense, boredom is not only an enemy to be defeated, it can also be a doorway, a chance to see that you have been living on the surface of your own life, and perhaps a quiet invitation to a different sphere of existence, where the self is not endlessly rearranged, but gradually, patiently formed. Part 8. The Seducer's Diary and the Misuse of Imagination. Across Kierkegaard's writings there is a figure who seems, at first, almost hypnotic. He is charming, eloquent, endlessly reflective. He knows how to read people, anticipate their reactions, and shape a situation so it unfolds according to his plan. Kierkegaard calls him Johannes the Seducer. On the surface, Johannes lives an aesthetic life of great intensity. He is not merely chasing physical pleasure, like a shallow libertine. His enjoyment is subtler. What he loves most is the art of seduction itself, the planning, the anticipation, the delicate game of words and gestures. The other person, usually a young woman, becomes the canvas for his imagination. Imagination for Kierkegaard is a powerful and necessary part of being human. It allows us to picture possibilities, to see ourselves in different lights, to reach beyond the present moment. Without imagination, there is no hope, no project, no vision of a life greater than the one we have now. But in Johannes, imagination has broken away from responsibility. It no longer serves truth. It serves fascination. Every look, every letter, every coincidence becomes something he can arrange, reinterpret, and savor. He steps back from his own involvement and turns his life into a carefully constructed drama in which he plays both lead actor and admiring audience. In The Seducer's Diary, we see this at work in painful detail. Johannes does not simply fall in love with Cordelia, the young woman he targets. He studies her, analyzes her background, her temperament, her vulnerabilities. He calculates how best to awaken feelings in her, how to time his presence and his absence, how to plant hints and allow her imagination to fill in the rest. For him, the deepest pleasure is not in possessing another person, but in seeing his plan succeed. The moment when she finally yields, when she believes herself to be freely in love, is the peak of his aesthetic experience. Paradoxically, that is also the moment when his boredom returns, because once the plot has reached its climax, there is nothing left to anticipate, nothing left to shape. The reality of a relationship, with its mutual demands, its ordinary days, its unpredictability, does not interest him. The real person, with her own independent life and future, is less compelling than the figure he has crafted in his mind. So he moves on. He abandons her or withdraws inwardly, while perhaps still appearing present. And then he turns back to what he truly loves, not the woman herself, but the memory of the seduction, the pattern of feelings and thoughts, the aesthetic composition of the whole affair. In doing this, he misuses imagination in at least two ways. First, he uses it to control and manipulate another person, rather than to understand and honor her. He reduces her to a role in his private story. Secondly, he uses imagination to keep himself at a distance from his own life. He prefers the reflection of experience to experience itself. Consider the subtlety of this form of distance. Johannes does not run away from feeling. He even cultivates what he calls reflective grief. He enjoys the feeling of being affected by his own recollections, his own melancholy, as long as he remains in charge of the scene. Sorrow becomes another aesthetic tone to savour, as long as it does not lead him into genuine change or commitment. In this way, he exemplifies a kind of inner split. On one level, he is deeply involved. He spends hours thinking about another person, planning encounters, composing letters. On another level, he is never truly there. He is always standing slightly above the situation as the director and critic of his own drama. Kierkegaard suggests that this is not just cruelty toward others, it is also a wounding of the self, because the self is formed not only by thoughts and imaginings, but by what we actually do, by the promises we keep, by the people we allow to matter to us. Johannes deprives himself of this deeper formation. He seems sophisticated, but his life circles around a simple pattern: desire, planning, conquest, boredom, withdrawal. The imaginative richness only masks a profound repetition. The more he tries to outwit boredom, the more monotonous his existence becomes at a deeper level. There are echoes of this pattern in our own ways of relating. We may not plot seductions as carefully as Johannes, but we can still use imagination to keep reality at bay. We might fantasize about relationships more than we actually inhabit them. We might curate our image, rehearse conversations, and replay encounters in our minds, always looking at ourselves from the outside, as though another were watching. In the age of social media, there is a constant temptation to live like this, to treat other people as content, and our own life as a feed to be arranged. We ask, sometimes unconsciously, not, "Who is this person, and how do I rightly relate?" but, "What kind of story does this make for me?" Even pain and failure can become material for a certain kind of self-fashioning. Kierkegaard's point is not that imagination is dangerous in itself. Without imagination, we would be trapped in the given, unable to envision any transformation of ourselves or our world. The problem arises when imagination is severed from truthfulness and care, when it becomes a way of floating above, existence rather than entering into it more deeply. Johannes's self-deception reveals this. He insists to himself that he has not really harmed anyone. He tells elaborate stories about how the women he leaves behind are not truly injured, or how they might even be improved by the experience of being seduced. These rationalizations hint at something important. He knows, however dimly, that what he is doing stands under an ethical claim. His need to justify himself shows that the ethical sphere is already pressing against the edges of his aesthetic life. He feels the demand of another kind of existence, a life in which other people are not props, but neighbors, not occasions for drama, but beings with their own depth and destiny. Yet instead of letting this recognition lead him out of his pattern, he turns even his unease into something to be observed. The misuse of imagination, then, is not simply about fantasies or daydreams. It is about a basic stance toward life. Whether we allow imagination to draw us toward fuller reality, or whether we allow it to become an ever-expanding mirror in which we mostly see ourselves. For Kierkegaard, the path out of this trap does not run through the destruction of imagination, but through its purification. Imagination must be reoriented from calculating control toward truthful vision, from manipulation toward understanding, from self-enclosure toward love. In the ethical and religious spheres, imagination is not abolished. It is called into service of something higher than aesthetic enjoyment. When we see Johannes the Seducer clearly, we are not only judging a fictional character. We are given a sharp picture of what happens when intelligence, sensitivity, and creativity are used to avoid responsibility rather than deepen it. The diary is uncomfortable because it shows us a possibility always, latent in ourselves, the possibility of becoming spectators of our own lives, endlessly inventive yet fundamentally unchanged. To step away from that path is not to abandon richness or subtlety, but to risk something far more demanding. It is to allow another person's reality to count more than the story we might tell about them. It is to let ourselves be bound by promises we cannot fully script. It is to accept that the most important things about a human life may not be the most interesting, but the most faithful. This, for Kierkegaard, is where the next sphere of existence begins to emerge. Not with grand theories, but with the simple, solemn fact that how we relate to others and how we use the powers of our own mind either forms or deforms the self we are becoming. Part 9. The Ethical Sphere, Judge William, and Continuity. From Kierkegaard's pages there rises the voice of another figure, quieter but steadier than the aesthetic authors, Judge William. Where the aesthete hovers, observes, and withdraws, the judge stands within life. He is married, he works. He lives in the world of everyday commitments, and yet he too is deeply reflective. Judge William speaks as the representative of the ethical sphere. If the aesthetic life is centered on experiences, moods, and the interesting, the ethical life is centered on responsibility, continuity, and choice. It asks not simply, what do I feel like now? But, what kind of person am I becoming through what I do? For the judge, the human self cannot be found in isolated moments. It is discovered and shaped through a story that unfolds over time. To live ethically is to care about this story, to accept that your life is not just a series of disconnected episodes, but a unity you are called to own. This is why he looks with concern at the aesthete's strategy of constant crop rotation. When you refuse to let anything bind you, you may feel free. But you also prevent yourself from becoming a self with depth and character. You avoid the very conditions in which love, trust, and integrity can grow. Judge William insists that identity is not created in the mind alone. It is forged through commitments to another person, to a vocation, to a community, to certain truths about how one ought to live. These commitments do not merely limit you, they also reveal you. They show who you are when you do not have the option of endlessly starting over. Take, for instance, marriage, which for Kierkegaard's Judge becomes a central image of the ethical life. The aesthete fears marriage because it seems to end the adventure. It ties you to one person, one story, one set of obligations. It threatens the constant possibility of new experiences. The Judge replies that, rightly understood, marriage deepens rather than destroys the aesthetic. It does not end love, but allows love to endure, to become something more than a burst of passion or a beautiful memory. In the daily patience, forgiveness, and mutual discovery of two people over a lifetime, a different kind of beauty appears, a beauty that is bound up with truthfulness. Here we see one of Kierkegaard's important themes. The ethical does not merely abolish the aesthetic, it transforms and includes it. Joy, tenderness, even playfulness do not vanish in the ethical sphere. They are given a new place inside, a larger frame of promise and responsibility. Central to this sphere is the idea of choice. The Judge does not tell the aesthete simply to adopt a new lifestyle. He urges him to choose himself, to recognize that up to this point, his refusal of commitment has also been a kind of choice. A choice not to belong, not to be answerable, not to let his life acquire a firm shape. At first, this may sound abstract, but the point is pointed inward. You are already becoming someone through the way you avoid or embrace responsibility. In the ethical sphere, you stop treating this as something that just happens to you. You acknowledge that you are accountable for it. This includes, importantly, accepting the facts of your life that you did not choose. Your family, your body, your past mistakes, your limitations. These are part of what Kierkegaard calls your facticity. An ethical self does not try to float above these realities in imagination. It receives them and then asks, given this, how shall I live truthfully? Choice in this sense is not the thrill of unlimited options. It is the sober act of taking on your own life as a task. To choose ethically is not just to select from a menu of possibilities, but to say yes to being this person here, with these ties and these responsibilities, and then to shape that life in the best way you can. Paradoxically, this kind of choice involves voluntary self-limitation. The Judge speaks of the joy of being devoted to his work, his wife, his children. From the outside, this may look like sacrifice, like narrowing his freedom. From the inside, he experiences it as the very place where his freedom becomes real. He is no longer tossed about by momentary impulses. His actions grow from a stable core of who he has decided to be. For Kierkegaard, this answers one of the deepest problems of the aesthetic life, the despair of possibility. When everything remains possible and nothing is decided, the self can dissolve into anxiety and indecision. By contrast, when you bind yourself to concrete tasks and promises, you begin to escape this emptiness. You discover that meaning often appears not in keeping all options open, but in faithfully inhabiting the path you have chosen. This does not mean that the ethical life is easy or tidy. Judge William is not naive about conflict, disappointment, or the weight of guilt. But he believes that only within the ethical sphere can these realities be faced honestly. When you have committed yourself, your failures are no longer just interesting episodes, they matter. They call for repentance, repair, and renewed effort. Ethical existence is, in this sense, more exposed. The aesthete can always retreat into irony or reinterpretation. The ethical person cannot so easily protect themselves from the truth of what they have done. They stand, as Kierkegaard would later say, more naked before their own conscience and, ultimately, before God. At the same time, the judge's voice carries a certain confidence in the goodness of ordinary social roles and norms. He trusts that being a good spouse, a diligent worker, a responsible citizen, already brings a person onto the right path. Kierkegaard will later complicate this, showing how even a respectable ethical life can be unsettled and relativized by a deeper religious calling. But in the movement from the aesthetic to the ethical, the crucial step is simpler and more immediate. It is the movement from seeing life as a playground of possibilities to seeing it as a field of tasks. From asking, "What interests me now?" to asking, "What is asked of me, given who I am and where I stand?" In this sense, Judge William is not only speaking to a fictional aesthete. He is addressing anyone who has begun to suspect that constant rotation, constant novelty, and constant avoidance of depth cannot finally satisfy. He is inviting us to imagine that freedom might look less like endless options and more like a wholehearted yes to a finite, vulnerable, and specific life. Continuity for him is not dullness. It is the thread that allows a self to be woven. Without it, we may have many moments, but no life. With it, we can begin to see ourselves not as spectators or improvisers only, but as responsible agents whose choices gradually form a character. And once we begin to live in this way, accepting ourselves, choosing ourselves, and remaining with others through time, something else comes into view. We start to glimpse that even the ethical sphere, with all its seriousness and dignity, may not be the final word. Our very efforts to be responsible can reveal limits we cannot overcome alone, and a depth of guilt and longing that no human norm can fully resolve. But before those religious questions open, Kierkegaard wants us to feel the weight and the worth of this ethical turn. To move from the aesthetic to the ethical is already to change the way you exist, from hovering above your life to standing within it, from treating yourself as a work of art to be endlessly re-edited, to accepting yourself as a task given, to be faithfully lived out, step by step, in time. Part 10. The necessity of choice and self-commitment. Underneath our everyday decisions, beneath what looks like simple preference or convenience, there is a deeper question forming. Will you ever actually choose your own life? For Kierkegaard, this is where the ethical sphere truly begins. It does not start with knowing the rules or memorizing moral slogans. It begins when a human being finally understands that drifting is also a decision, that postponing oneself is itself a way of existing. The ethical life emerges at the moment when a person stops treating life as a string of disconnected episodes and instead asks, what am I becoming through what I do? In his great work Either Or, Kierkegaard lets Judge William speak on behalf of this ethical way of life. William writes long, serious letters to his younger friend, the unnamed aesthete we know only as A. Alives for moods experiences ironies. He enjoys observing life more than belonging to it. Judge William, older and more settled, wants to show him that the very things the aesthete most treasures, passion, love, intensity, cannot survive if one refuses commitment. Without self-commitment, even the richest experiences evaporate into recollections. The judge's first move is subtle. He does not tell A to abandon the aesthetic. Instead, he shows how the ethical can redeem it. Romantic love, he says, does not reach its truth in the fleeting excitement of seduction, but in the ordinary and difficult faithfulness of marriage. Marriage for him is not merely a social institution, it is a school of selfhood. In the slow unfolding of two people who promise to remain, the moment is allowed to deepen into a history. Feeling is not lost, it is given a home. This is why Judge William insists so strongly on choice. The aesthete believes he chooses all the time this pleasure instead of that one, this evening's entertainment rather than another. But for Kierkegaard, this is only selection, not genuine choice. Genuine choice is not about what you do in an hour. It is about who you bind yourself to be over time. So the judge makes a strange demand. He tells A to choose despair. He does not mean sink into hopelessness. He means stop treating your restlessness, your boredom, your constant search for distraction as something accidental. Recognize them as the inner truth of the life you are living. See clearly that the aesthetic way of existing contains its own sickness, a self that never quite comes into focus, because it is always elsewhere. To choose despair is to stop covering it over. To admit this is what my life amounts to if I go on as I am. But the judge does not leave him there. From this harsh recognition he moves to an even deeper invitation: choose choice itself. This sounds abstract, but it is very concrete. It means stop hovering above your own life as a critic or spectator. Take responsibility for what you have become so far, including the parts you did not consciously plan. Accept your past, your temperament, your circumstances as the raw material that has been given to you. And then, from within that, begin to shape who you will be. Kierkegaard describes the self here as both acceptance and task. The I both receives itself and chooses itself. There are aspects of you that are sheer fact the family you were born into, the time in history you inhabit, many features of your body and psyche. You do not choose these, but you do choose what they will mean. You choose whether your limitations become excuses or disciplines, whether your talents become forms, of service or instruments of vanity, whether your wounds become walls or openings. The ethical self is the one who says, I will no longer hide behind my possibilities or my circumstances. I will own my life as mine. This is why Kierkegaard links ethics so closely with continuity. The aesthete lives in fragments. Yesterday's self can be disowned like an outfit that no longer suits. But the ethical person, through commitment, knits the days together. A promise, once made, reaches out over time and gathers scattered moments under a single thread. Marriage a vocation, a decision to care for a child, or to serve a community, these are not mere events. They are long obediences that say, I intend to be here again and again through joy and fatigue, through admiration and disappointment. To many modern ears, this sounds like a loss of freedom. We tend to think of freedom as maximum openness, the widest field of options. Kierkegaard turns that image upside down. For him, freedom is not the power to keep every door unlocked forever, but the power to close most of them and walk through one with your whole self. Voluntary self-limitation is not a cage, it is the birth of depth. Judge William illustrates this through his own life. He speaks of his work, his wife, his children. From the outside, these might look like sacrifices, fewer adventures, fewer paths. Yet he experiences them as the very source of his joy and rest. Precisely because he has said no to an endless series of possible lives, he can say a full yes to the one that is his. His devotion does not crush him, it gathers him. Here Kierkegaard is attentive to two opposite kinds of despair. On one side is the despair of possibility, the person paralyzed by the awareness that there are infinitely many ways to live. Each choice feels like a betrayal of all the others. Restlessness becomes a lifestyle. On the other side is the despair of necessity, the person who believes nothing can ever be different, who sinks into resignation and passivity, thinking, this is just who I am, this is just how it is. The ethical act of self-commitment holds these together. It says, I acknowledge the many paths before me, but I also acknowledge that I am finite. I cannot be everything. I must become someone. And it says, at the same time, even with all that seems fixed in my life, I am still a responsible agent. I am not simply the product of fate. In choosing, I consent to my finitude while refusing to use it as an excuse. For Kierkegaard, this movement from aesthetic drifting to ethical self-commitment is not just a matter of better habits. It is a transformation in how you relate to yourself. You stop trying to escape the burden of being you by irony, by distraction, by blaming, and you stand in it. You accept that you are answerable for your existence. Notice how this lands not in harsh moralism, but in a kind of seriousness full of possibility. Your job or your relationships are no longer simply things that happen to you or props in your personal drama. They become tasks entrusted to you. And task here does not mean drudgery. It means something more like a calling, a concrete this through which your life can gather meaning. Somewhere in your own history, there may be a moment that resembles what Kierkegaard is describing, the day you stop blaming your parents or your circumstances quite so much. The afternoon you realize that not choosing was, in fact, your choice. The quiet decision to invest in one path, one person, one practice, knowing you could not guarantee the outcome. That is the soil in which the ethical life grows. This does not make life easier. In some ways it makes it heavier. But it is a different kind of weight, the weight of having a centre. Kierkegaard sees this step as indispensable. Without it, there is no stable self to bring to love, to work, or even to faith. Before higher forms of existence can become possible, the self must first learn to will itself, to choose itself, to be answerable for the life that, irreversibly, is its own. Part 11. The limitations of the ethical life. Many people, when they imagine a serious and meaningful life, picture something like Kierkegaard's ethical sphere. A stable job, a sense of duty, a network of responsibilities, promises kept, a reputation for integrity. Compared to the drifting seducer or the bored aesthete, this looks like maturity itself. Kierkegaard agrees that the ethical life is a profound advance. It gathers the scattered self. It teaches continuity, responsibility, perseverance. And yet, in his authorship, this sphere does not have the last word. It too has limits, tensions, and hidden dangers. The very solidity that makes it attractive can harden into a kind of spiritual sleep. Judge William is the clearest spokesman for this ethical ideal. He sees the self as rooted in commitments that are publicly intelligible: marriage, work, citizenship, friendship. His language echoes what a philosopher like Hegel would call the ethical life of a society, the web of customs, institutions, and shared expectations. These expectations tell us what it means to be a good parent, a faithful spouse, a responsible citizen. In such a world, duties appear relatively clear. To be ethical is largely to inhabit one's role well. You do not need heroic insights or private revelations. You need steadiness, reliability, patience. And there is great nobility in this. A society without such ethical structures would be chaotic, unsafe, unlivable. But Kierkegaard begins to ask questions that trouble this picture. Do our social roles and norms really capture the full truth of what any one individual is called to be? Are our duties as obvious as we like to imagine? And more unsettling still, what if the social order itself is distorted? What if doing one's duty can quietly become a way of avoiding deeper self-scrutiny? One limitation appears when the ethical life is taken as simply given by society. If being good means nothing more than meeting the expectations of your time and place, then ethics risks becoming conformity with whatever happens to be normal. It may ask little about justice or about those who do not fit easily into the roles on offer. The lonely, the marginalized, the restless visionary can all fall through its net. Another limitation becomes visible in the motives beneath ethical seriousness. It is possible to organize your life around responsibility and still remain, at a deeper level, aesthetic. You might seek a coherent, admirable story about yourself. This could be the narrative of the successful professional, the devoted parent, the principled activist, yet still be oriented primarily toward your own self-image. The ethical project becomes an artwork. The self, once again, is something you curate more than something you serve. Kierkegaard's critics have sometimes worried that the shift from aesthetic to ethical is itself arbitrary. Why should one not simply remain a refined aesthete? There is no neutral vantage point from which to prove that responsibility is better than pleasure. Kierkegaard's answer is indirect. He does not offer an external proof. He trusts that if a person honestly confronts their own despair, the emptiness of a life of mere entertainment, the ethical demand will emerge from within as something they can no longer ignore. Yet even when that demand is embraced, a deeper problem appears. The more earnestly you try to fulfill your duties, the more intensely you may discover your own failure. You begin to see not only what you do, but what you omit. Not only your public actions, but your hidden motives. You see that you do not love as fully as you claim, that fear and pride contaminate your noblest efforts. In later works, Kierkegaard describes this as the point where the ethical life shades into what he calls an immanent religiousness. Here a person does not yet encounter a transcendent revelation or a specifically Christian message, but they do begin to relate to something absolute. They sense that the standards by which their life must be measured are higher than any social code. They find that no amount of outward success can finally silence the inner question: before what or before whom am I actually living? This is where the ethical life reveals its limit. Lived thoroughly, it leads not to self-satisfaction, but to an encounter with guilt. The more clearly you see what you ought to be, the more deeply you feel the gap between that and what you are. No improvement program, no clever narrative about growth can close that gap. The ethical self discovers that it cannot fully rescue itself by discipline alone. At the same time, Kierkegaard notices another vulnerability. The ethical sphere tends to see life as a story you can, in some sense, author. You may acknowledge fortune and misfortune, but you still imagine that a kind of narrative unity is possible, that your choices and projects can confer a coherent meaning on the whole. Ethics, in this sense, is about crafting a unified character. This can be beautiful and necessary, but it can also become illusion. Life is not wholly under our control. Sudden loss, illness, betrayal, historical upheaval can shatter the plots we have written for ourselves. If our peace depends entirely on sustaining a certain story about who we are, then we stand on fragile ground. A humbler recognition is needed that the unity of a life is not something we can fully guarantee or build by ourselves. Kierkegaard's more explicitly religious writings begin to respond to this fragility. In them, the ethical is not discarded, but radicalized. It becomes a place of resignation and suffering where a person recognizes that all finite goods, work, family, reputation are not ultimate. They can be given and taken away. To live ethically, in this deeper sense, is already to begin loosening one's grip, to hold everything with a certain readiness, to let go. Works like Works of Love show how demanding this becomes. The simple command, love your neighbor, cuts across the comfortable boundaries of ordinary ethics. Neighbor love is not limited by preference, attraction, or mutual benefit. It calls us to love even the unlovely, even the enemy, even the one who offers nothing in return. Measured against this standard, the ethical complacency of Judge William's world trembles. Here we can glimpse another limitation. The ethical life as social respectability can be very selective in its kindness. It rewards what fits, what is predictable, what reflects well on us. The love Kierkegaard calls for is far more radical. It is willing to forgive, to begin again, to bear with another's weakness in ways that no social system can fully codify. This kind of love exposes how shallow mere conventional decency can be. And yet Kierkegaard does not despise the ethical. He does not urge us to bypass it in favour of some pure inward spirituality. On the contrary, he insists that any serious religious life must pass through this ethical seriousness. Without the training in responsibility and perseverance that the ethical life offers, talk of faith or love easily becomes vague sentiment. The limitation, then, is not that the ethical life is wrong. It is that it is not enough. It gets us as far as human effort can go. It gathers the self, confronts us with our duties, reveals our failures, and awakens a longing to stand in truth before something greater than social norms. At this border, the question of God, or of an absolute source of meaning, stops being theoretical. It becomes a matter of existence. You might recognize hints of this in your own experience. Perhaps you have tried very hard to be responsible, to be good in the ways your world recognizes. And yet, in quiet hours, you feel a restlessness that duty alone cannot calm, or a sense of guilt that no amount of effort can erase. Perhaps you have lost a role that once defined you, a job, a relationship, a public identity, and discovered that your self cannot be secured by any of these. For Kierkegaard, these are not failures of the ethical life. They are its truth coming to light. The ethical brings you to the edge of yourself, to the point where self-commitment and self-critique collide. What lies beyond that edge? The possibility of faith, of a relation to an absolute that both judges and forgives, is where his thought now turns. But to understand that, we must first look at a story in which the ethical itself seems, for a moment, to be set aside. Part 12. The teleological suspension of the ethical. At first, the phrase sounds cold and technical, teleological suspension of the ethical. Yet behind these words stands a story so disturbing that it has troubled readers for centuries. Kierkegaard uses this story not to shock us for its own sake, but to expose the deepest fault line between ordinary morality and what he calls faith. The story is that of Abraham and Isaac. Abraham, we are told, receives a command from God: take your beloved son, the one you waited for, and offer him as a sacrifice on a mountain. Without protest, without explanation to his family, Abraham sets out. For 3 days he walks, carrying within himself a horror no one around him can see. At the last moment, as the knife is raised, an angel stops him. Isaac lives. A ram is sacrificed instead, concluding a deeply unsettling divine test. Kierkegaard, under the pseudonym Johannes de Silentio, circles around this story again and again in fear and trembling. He does not explain it away. On the contrary, he amplifies the scandal. He tells the story in several versions, each slightly different, exploring what kind of person Abraham would be if he did anything other than what he in fact does. Through these variations, Johannes tries to understand what faith is and, just as importantly, what it is not. Central to his reflection is the claim that the ethical as such is the universal. By this he means that ethics, in the ordinary sense, deals with what can be stated in general terms. Do not kill the innocent. Care for your children. Be truthful. These are duties that apply to everyone, that can be publicly expressed and rationally discussed. In the ethical sphere, if you act rightly, you can, at least in principle, give an account of your action that others can understand. Measured by this standard, Abraham appears monstrous. He lifts a knife against his own innocent son, and he cannot explain himself. He cannot appeal to the welfare of the state, to some greater good, to a tragic necessity. If he tried to justify himself by saying, "I did it for God," this would not help his neighbours. It would only make him seem more dangerous. His act is, by definition, incommunicable. This is what Johannes means when he says that Abraham is higher than the universal. He does not mean Abraham is allowed to despise morality, or that he is exempt from ethical norms. Rather, he means that in this extreme situation Abraham stands in a direct relation to the source of all obligation itself, to God, and that this relation cannot be translated back into the language of general duties. The ethical, for a moment, is suspended for the sake of a higher purpose, a telos, that cannot be publicly shared. To see the difference, Kierkegaard contrasts Abraham with the tragic heroes of ancient stories. Think of Agamemnon, who sacrifices his daughter Iphigenia for the sake of the fleet and the war effort. Or of Brutus, who condemns his own sons to death to uphold the laws of the Republic. These fathers do a terrible thing, but they can explain themselves. They can say, "I did it for the people, for justice, for the future." Their actions remain within the ethical because the reasons they give are accessible to anyone who shares their values. Abraham cannot do this. His act does not serve a human cause. It serves only the obscure command of God, who, in this story, seems to ask what no universal ethics could ever legitimize. In this sense, Abraham's faith involves what Johannes calls a teleological suspension of the ethical. The ethical norm, "do not kill your son," is not abolished. But it is, in this singular case, set aside for the sake of an end obedience to God that cannot be justified in ethical terms. This is where many readers recoil. Does Kierkegaard mean that anyone can claim a private revelation and thus excuse any atrocity? Is he opening the door to fanaticism, to religiously fueled violence? If the individual can place himself above the universal, what protection do we have against madness? Johannes feels this horror too. He does not invite us lightly into Abraham's world. He repeatedly insists that he himself is not a knight of faith, that he cannot follow Abraham. He can only admire him from a distance. Importantly, Kierkegaard does not offer a test or criterion by which we could distinguish from the outside between genuine faith and delusion. In world historical terms, Abraham's act is indistinguishable from murder. There is no neutral method that can make us certain. What, then, is the point of this troubling story for Kierkegaard's vision of existence? First, it reveals a limit in the ethical sphere. If ethics is understood purely as conformity to universal norms, then there is no place within it for a direct, personal relation to the divine that may sometimes conflict with those norms. For Kierkegaard, however, The religious life precisely involves such a relation. Faith is not simply an intensified morality. It is another dimension of existence in which the individual stands alone before God. Second, Abraham shows that faith does not simply renounce the finite world in favor of some higher spiritual realm. Abraham loves Isaac. The greatness of his faith is not that he is willing to stop loving his son, but that he is willing to trust God with the very one he loves most. Earlier in Fear and Trembling, Johannes draws a distinction between the night of infinite resignation and the night of faith. The night of resignation is able to give up the dearest finite good for the sake of something higher, and to make his peace with this loss. The night of faith does something even more paradoxical. He gives up, and yet, by trusting in God, he believes that he will receive the very same good back. In Abraham's case, this means that his faith is not measured primarily by his willingness to sacrifice Isaac, but by his trust that, against all understanding, God will somehow give Isaac back to him, not only in some distant eternity, but in this life. Faith for Kierkegaard is not cold renunciation, it is a passionate hope in the midst of what appears impossible. Third, the story highlights the solitude of faith. Abraham cannot lean on public language to justify himself. He must bear his anguish alone. He cannot share it even with those he loves. This radical inwardness is both terrifying and, for Kierkegaard, essential. If faith could be fully captured in shared formulas and visible rituals, it could too easily become a matter of social belonging rather than personal existence. None of this means that ethics is discarded. After the trial on Mount Moriah, Abraham returns to his ethical duties. He continues to be a father, a husband, a neighbor. The teleological suspension is not a permanent abolition of the ethical, but an interruption. Ethics is restored, yet not as the highest thing. It is now relativized by Abraham's absolute relation to God. We can see faint echoes of this in less extreme cases. Consider a person in an unjust society who feels compelled by conscience to act against the law. The whistleblower who exposes corruption, the dissenter who refuses to join in oppression. They may be condemned by the ethical standards of their time, yet believe themselves answerable to a higher demand. Their situation is not identical to Abraham's. They can often give reasons that others might eventually recognize, but we glimpse here how the call of something absolute can set one individual at odds with the established universal. Kierkegaard's point, however, goes still deeper. For him, the relation to God is not finally about grand public acts. Its testing ground is often hidden. It might appear in the decision to remain faithful in a painful marriage when all worldly reasons to stay have vanished, or in the quiet refusal to despair when a cherished life project collapses, or in the simple, unheralded choice to love a difficult neighbor because one believes God commands it, even when it makes no sense to taste or inclination. In all these cases, there is a kind of inner, teleological suspension. Ordinary calculations of advantage, reputation, and even moral reciprocity are set aside for the sake of an obedience, whose full meaning cannot be explained to others. You can say, "I must do this," but you know that your language does not capture the depth of the demand. This is why Kierkegaard speaks of faith as offensive to reason, not because it delights in nonsense, but because it insists that there can be a truth we cannot domesticate within our existing categories. Before the story of Abraham, you stand at a crossroads. You can take offense, conclude that any God who would command such a thing must be rejected, or that the whole story is a moral outrage, or a myth to be discarded. Or you can choose faith, not an unthinking acceptance, but a trembling trust that, in this paradox, something of the divine is disclosed. There is no argument that forces you onto one path or the other. As with the move from the aesthetic to the ethical, Kierkegaard believes that the decision for or against faith is itself an existential choice. It cannot be neutral, and it cannot be outsourced. You must decide what this story, and the possibility it represents, will mean for your own life. For most of us, the question will not appear as a literal command to sacrifice a child on an altar. It may appear instead as a quiet inner pressure, where the demands of love, or conscience, or God as you understand God, run against the grain of what seems reasonable, safe, or socially approved. In such moments, the ethical life you have carefully built may be asked to bow before something it cannot fully comprehend. Kierkegaard does not tell you how to respond. He does not give a formula that would make such decisions easy or safe. What he offers, through Abraham, is a picture of what it would mean for a single individual to relate absolutely to the absolute. To hold even the dearest finite goods with open hands, trusting a goodness deeper than your own understanding. Standing before this picture, you are invited to ask, is there anything in your life that you treat as ultimate? And if there is, could you ever love it in such a way that, if asked, you would be willing both to surrender it and to hope for it again, not on your terms, but on terms you cannot control? In that question, the teleological suspension of the ethical stops being a distant theological puzzle and becomes, once more, a matter of existence. Part 13. The Night of Faith versus Infinite Resignation. Consider two figures standing side by side. To an outside observer they look almost the same. Both are serious. Both have suffered loss. Both walk with a certain inwardness in their step. And yet, for Kierkegaard, they belong to two very different worlds. One is the night of infinite resignation, the other the night of faith. Kierkegaard lets a pseudonymous author, Johannes de Silentio, draw this contrast with a simple story. A young man falls deeply in love with a princess. Their worlds are too far apart. For social, political, or family reasons, he knows he can never marry her. The desire that once filled his life suddenly becomes impossible. One way forward is infinite resignation. The young man accepts that, in this life, he will never possess what he most desires. He gives her up absolutely. No negotiations. No hidden hope that some twist of fate will still deliver her. In his heart, he says, I renounce this love in order to be reconciled with something higher. This move is not shallow. It is not mere bitterness. Infinite resignation has its own kind of nobility. The young man turns his love into a beautiful inner memory. He may write poems in her honor, cherish her image in his soul, and find a strange peace in the very impossibility of their union. He does not rage against the world. He does not demand that reality change for his sake. He bows. For Johannes, this is something he can understand. Infinite resignation is humanly intelligible. It is, in a sense, within our power. We can, through inner will and discipline, give up what is dearest to us and find rest in that sacrifice. We might still be sad, but it is a sadness that has a clear form, a comprehensible dignity. Now picture the second figure, the knight of faith. Outwardly, he too gives up the princess. He too performs the inner work of resignation. He does not cling. He does not demand. He is ready to lose. But then something strange happens. After fully renouncing her, he believes, with a quiet and almost childlike trust, that by virtue of the absurd, he will receive her back. This phrase, by virtue of the absurd, does not mean by virtue of nonsense, or through believing a logical contradiction. It signals that, from the standpoint of ordinary calculation, this hope is impossible. There is no path, no probability, no realistic scenario. And yet the knight of faith entrusts this impossibility to God. He believes that what is humanly closed can be divinely opened. Here we see the double movement of faith. First, the movement of infinite resignation, a real, wholehearted letting go. Second, the movement of faith, a daring trust that what has been given up can be received anew as a gift in this life. Not as compensation in some distant beyond, but here, in time, amid ordinary days. Abraham is Kierkegaard's great instance of this. On Mount Moriah, he is ready to give up Isaac, the son in whom all his promises and hopes are bound. That willingness to sacrifice is already vast. Many would stop there and call it faith, but Johannes insists if Abraham had merely resigned himself to losing Isaac, he would not yet be the father of faith. Abraham's faith lies in something even harder. He walks up the mountain convinced that, somehow, he will receive Isaac back. Infinite resignation knows how to lose. Faith, in Kierkegaard's sense, knows how to receive again. The knight of infinite resignation says, I will never have this good. I will transform it into a pure, spiritual memory. The knight of faith says, I have let this good go before God, and now I trust that, if God so wills, it will be restored to me in time. Though I can see no path for it. Notice the difference in mood. Infinite resignation has a calm, dignified sorrow. There is rest, but it is the rest of someone who has finally accepted that his deepest desire will remain unfulfilled. There is even a kind of pride in such purity of loss, a sense of standing above the world of change and contingency. The knight of faith, by contrast, lives with a strange kind of joy. Johannes imagines him not as a heroic figure on a mountaintop, but as a perfectly ordinary person, small, unremarkable, perhaps going to market, chatting with neighbours, paying attention to the little details of life. No one would guess that he has undergone a spiritual drama. Yet every finite thing he touches, every simple pleasure, every relationship he receives as though it were on loan from God. This is crucial. Faith, for Kierkegaard, is not contempt for the finite. It is not spiritual superiority that despises everyday joys. It is the ability to love the finite more deeply, because it is loved in absolute dependence. The child, the friend, the work, the hope, all are held with open hands. Not as possessions to control, but as gifts that could be taken and given again. In contrast, Infinite resignation secretly cuts the lifeline. To protect itself from disappointment, it lets go of hope for this world. You may have seen this in yourself or in others. After a great hurt, you say, "I will never trust like that again. I will admire love from a distance, perhaps even worship its purity, but I will not expect it for myself." You move into a posture of noble renunciation. Kierkegaard respects this gesture, but he will not let it be the final word. For him, the God relationship is not only about strength to endure loss, it is about courage to expect again, even when expectation seems absurd. The knight of faith stands exposed. If God does not act, he has no safeguard. He has truly renounced, and yet he truly hopes. This is why faith is so hard to recognize from the outside. Seen externally, both figures might appear ethical, serious, perhaps even pious. The difference lies deep inside, in what each believes about the relation between God and the concrete details of his life. One says, God gives inner consolation when the world closes its doors. The other says, God can open doors where none exist, and therefore my very ordinary life is the place where miracles may happen. For Kierkegaard, this is not a recipe for magical thinking or a denial of suffering. It is an invitation to live, intention, to let go completely, and still to hope completely. To give up trying to force reality, and still to trust that God is not finished with your story. It is, in the end, a way of existing where you do not anchor your identity, either in your success at holding on or in your purity at giving up, but in a quiet dependence on one who can give and take away. Perhaps your own life holds memories of something like infinite resignation, a path you quietly closed, a love you decided was never for you, a calling you reinterpreted as impossible. You may even have found a certain peace in that closure. Kierkegaard's question is not meant to unsettle that peace for its own sake. It is to ask whether there is, beneath resignation, a deeper possibility to stand again in openness, to receive again what you once renounced, though not on your own terms. The knight of faith is not a special type of religious hero living far above ordinary existence. He is, paradoxically, the one who can walk through the most ordinary existence with the greatest intensity of trust. He returns from the mountain, from the inner drama of sacrifice, to the kitchen, the marketplace, the daily work. And there, in what looks like nothing special, he lives the double movement over and over, letting go and receiving back. Part 14. Silence Paradox and the Individual. Around Abraham there is a thick, unsettling silence. The story tells us almost nothing of his inner thoughts as he walks 3 days toward the mountain where he believes he must sacrifice his son. He speaks only in short, ambiguous sentences, God will provide. He does not explain to Sarah, Isaac, or the servant who walks by his side and then is left behind. For Kierkegaard, this silence is not an accidental detail. It expresses something essential about faith as he understands it. Abraham stands alone before God in an inward relation that cannot be translated into the usual language of ethics, family duty, or social responsibility. What he believes he must do cannot be justified in terms that others would recognize as reasonable. This immediately raises a disturbing question. If someone today claimed that God had commanded them to do something that violates basic moral norms, we would and should be deeply alarmed. Kierkegaard is acutely aware of this tension. That is why he constantly contrasts Abraham with what he calls the tragic hero. Think of Agamemnon sacrificing his daughter for the sake of the state, or a leader sending soldiers to die in a war he believes is necessary. These figures can give reasons. They may be terrible reasons, but they are public. They appeal to the universal language of duty, law, or the common good. Their actions, however tragic, can be discussed and judged. Abraham, in Johannes de Silentio's presentation, cannot do this. If he tried to explain himself, he would either betray the meaning of what he is doing or appear simply insane. The more he tried to justify, the more he would lose the pure, private character of his relation to God. So he remains silent, carrying a burden that no one else can see. This is where the language of paradox enters. Kierkegaard says that in Abraham the single individual stands higher than the universal, meaning his personal relation to God takes precedence over every publicly understandable norm. This sounds dangerous. It seems to open the door to fanaticism, where any private conviction can claim to trump shared moral life. But Kierkegaard is not celebrating arbitrary subjectivity. He does not invite everyone to declare themselves exceptions. The paradox is meant to describe an extremely rare and extreme situation, not a general rule. Its point is to protect the depth of the God relationship, not to license lawlessness. Abraham does not claim a principle others should imitate. He simply obeys a command he does not understand. Still, the result is that faith appears essentially incommunicable at its core. There is an inner place where the individual stands alone before God, beyond the reach of even the best ethical language. No system of concepts, no social role can fully capture what happens there. At that depth, language gives way to silence. We may sense something like this in less dramatic experiences. There are moments of grief you cannot fully convey to another person, no matter how well they listen. There are loves you can describe, but not exhaust with words. There are decisions of conscience you could explain in terms of reasons, yet you know that, at the decisive point, you simply had to say, "Here I stand." In that sense, every human being is, at times, a single individual facing a paradox they cannot dissolve. Kierkegaard's concern is that in the modern present age this solitude is often drowned in chatter. The crowd, whether it appears as public opinion, social media, or polite conversation, offers ready-made vocabularies for everything. We learn how to talk about success, failure, faith, doubt, morality, identity. And slowly, the deeper silence in us is leveled out. Yet faith, for Kierkegaard, requires passing through that silence, not because God despises community or shared understanding, but because there is a point where borrowed words no longer suffice. At that point, you cannot hide behind then you must say I believe, I doubt, I obey, I refuse. No one else can do this for you. The paradox of the individual, then, is twofold. On one side, you are always already shaped by the universal, by language, tradition, ethics, and social life. On the other side, there is a dimension of your existence that cannot be entirely absorbed into these. You must answer for yourself. Abraham's story dramatizes this in an almost unbearable form, but it points to a structure that is present in quieter ways in every serious life. Silence within this frame is not simply the absence of speech. It can be a spiritual discipline. The knight of faith does not advertise his inner drama. He does not use the language of religion to draw attention to himself. He carries his relation to God inwardly and lets his outer life look as ordinary as possible. Faith hides itself, not out of shame, but out of reverence. Of course, there are forms of silence that are evasive or unjust. Silence can be used to conceal wrongdoing, to refuse responsibility, or to avoid the vulnerability of honest speech. Kierkegaard does not idealize that kind of silence. The silence of faith is not a refusal to love one's neighbor. It does not exempt a person from the ethical. It intensifies the seriousness with which the ethical must be lived in the light of God. What then does this mean for someone who is not facing anything like Abraham's ordeal, but is simply trying to exist faithfully in ordinary life? It may mean noticing when your deepest convictions are being shaped more by the crowd's voice than by the quiet work of conscience. It may mean allowing certain questions to mature in silence before rushing to express them. It may mean recognizing that there are aspects of your relation to God, or to the ultimate, that cannot be neatly justified to others, and learning to live humbly with that. Kierkegaard's paradox is uncomfortable because it denies us the comfort of total transparency. We long for a world where everything important can be explained, debated, brought into the light of consensus. He reminds us that, at the heart of existence, there is a place of decision that no one else can fully enter. There the single individual stands, perhaps trembling, perhaps in love, in the silence where words fall away. From that silence, however, the individual is sent back into community. Abraham returns to his family. The believer returns to the neighbor, to work, to responsibility. The point is not to flee into a private religious world, but to allow that secret God relationship to transform how one lives with others. The paradox of faith is that it is most inward and most outward at the same time, hidden in silence, and yet expressed in a life of patient, concrete love. Part 15. The Absolute Paradox and the God-Man. Some questions reach a point where our usual ways of thinking begin to bend. Kierkegaard, writing under the name Johannes Climacus, takes up one such question: if the deepest truth about human existence is not something we already carry within us, how could we ever receive it? He begins with Socrates, who believed that learning, at its deepest, is recollection. The truth is already in the soul. The teacher does not so much give something new as help the pupil remember what, in some sense, was always there. This picture is noble and attractive. It flatters our dignity. We may be forgetful, but the truth is native to us. Christianity, as Kierkegaard understands it, tells a very different story. It says that the human being is not just ignorant, but estranged. We do not merely fail to remember, we are turned away from the good. If this is so, then no purely human teacher and no act of recollection can lead us to the truth that actually heals us. We would need a teacher who can also transform us. Here Climacus introduces what he calls a paradox. The true teacher would have to be both God and human. God, because only the divine can, give the condition for understanding the divine. Human, because the teaching must meet us where we are, in history, in flesh and blood. This figure, the God-man, would enter time, live an ordinary human life, and yet be the eternal in person. From a human standpoint, this is the point where thought breaks. How can the infinite become finite? How can the eternal be born, suffer, and die? How can the Creator become a creature without ceasing to be Creator? We can say the words, but we cannot make them transparent to reason. The incarnation, in this sense, is not just puzzling. It is an absolute paradox for our minds. Kierkegaard does not use this term to celebrate irrationality for its own sake. He is not asking us to admire logical contradictions. Rather, he is diagnosing a limit in human understanding. If there is a God who is truly infinite, then any union of that, God with finite existence, will appear, from our side, as a deep incongruity, a clash of categories. We are tempted either to tame it into a symbol or to reject it as nonsense. This is what he calls offense. The God, man, is not only intellectually difficult, he is ethically and emotionally offensive. God appears not as power and glory, but as weakness, poverty, humiliation. Instead of confirming our natural admiration for strength and success, this teacher comes as a servant, washing feet, forgiving enemies, dying a criminal's death. Everything in us that wants religion to flatter our pride stumbles here. Faced with the God, man, Kierkegaard says, we stand at a fork. One path is offense. We dismiss the paradox as absurd, perhaps while respecting Jesus as a moral teacher or inspiring example, but refusing the claim that, in him God has entered history. The other path is faith, a passionate trust that, precisely in this scandal, the truth has approached us. Crucially, he insists that neither path can be fully grounded in neutral evidence. Historical research can investigate documents, weigh testimonies, trace effects. But it cannot, by its own methods, bridge the gap between seeing Jesus as one remarkable figure among others and recognizing him as God in time. Faith is not the conclusion of an argument, it is a personal relation. This is why Kierkegaard says that the God, man, not only teaches the truth, but gives the condition for understanding it. To encounter Christ, for the believer, is not simply to hear new information. It is to be born again, awakened from within by the very one being proclaimed. The transformation and the truth arrive together. The language of paradox here mirrors something Kierkegaard has already said about the self. The human being is a synthesis of the temporal and the eternal, of finitude and infinity. In us, this synthesis is fragile. We are constantly tempted either to lose ourselves in the finite in business, distraction, pleasure, or despair, or to lose ourselves in a vague infinity in abstract ideas, fantasy, or a refusal of concrete commitments. In the God-man, this same synthesis is present in an absolute way. Infinity and finitude are united without confusion, without escape. The one who is eternally divine is also fully human. For Kierkegaard, this means that the Incarnation is not only a doctrine about Christ, it is also a mirror held up to what we are called to become, not gods, but selves who, through relation to Christ, can live our finitude in the light of the infinite. Seen this way, the paradox is not meant to paralyze us. It is meant to draw us into a new kind of existence. If the truth has appeared in the form of a human life poor, limited, misunderstood, rejected, then the path to God does not bypass the ordinary. It goes straight through it. To follow the God, man is not to escape history, but to take on the weight of concrete love, forgiveness, and suffering. Kierkegaard insists that the deepest barrier to faith is not intellectual in the narrow sense. It is ethical and spiritual. The offence is not only that the doctrine is hard, it is that the call is hard. To believe in the God, man is to accept a teacher who commands you to forgive as you have been forgiven, to love the neighbour without distinction, to take up your cross. Pride resists this. Self will resist this. We prefer an abstract truth that leaves our lives largely unchanged. That is why he says that offence and faith are rival passions. Both are responses to the same paradox. Both go beyond what can be rationally compelled. Faith does not rest on the weakness of reason, but on a reorientation of the whole person. It is, in the end, a way of standing in front of the absolute paradox and saying, I cannot comprehend you, but I entrust myself to you. For someone listening now, perhaps far from the doctrinal debates of the 19th century, what might this mean? It may mean recognizing that, if there is a truth worthy of your whole existence, it is unlikely to be something you can simply master as a concept. It may confront you instead in the form of a life, of a person, of a call that unsettles your usual measures. Kierkegaard does not try to prove the incarnation as one proves a theorem. He invites you to see what your response to the figure of Christ reveals about yourself. Do you stumble over weakness, over the demand to love, over the idea that God could be so near to the lowly and so hidden from the powerful? Or do you find in that very scandal a strange hope that the infinite has not abandoned the finite, that your own small life might matter in the sight of God? To live with this paradox is not to solve it, but to let it shape you. The knight of faith, the single individual in silence, the believer before the God, man, all are images of a human being who accepts that reason has limits, that love may ask more than we can justify, and that, in the space beyond our proofs, a decision about how to exist must still be made. Part 16. Works of love, the command to love the neighbour. In Works of Love, Kierkegaard turns from the drama of despair and anxiety to something quieter and, in a way, even more demanding, the command to love the neighbour. He does not begin with a feeling. He does not ask whether you happen to be moved, or inspired, or touched. He begins with a command. You shall love your neighbour as yourself. That shift already changes the atmosphere. A command does not wait for mood. It does not ask if you are ready. It addresses you. It says this is what it means to live truthfully before God. Kierkegaard wants us to feel the strangeness of this. We are used to thinking of love as something that happens to us. We fall in love. We are swept away. We can't help how we feel, but here love is something else. It is a duty, a task, a way of existing that you are called to, whether or not it comes naturally. He lingers on the word, neighbour. Who is that, exactly? Not the special person you chose, not the ones you naturally like. Not only family, friends, lovers, or those who think like you do. The neighbour, for Kierkegaard, is every human being you encounter, and even those you never meet, but who nevertheless share your humanity before God. This means the neighbour includes the stranger on the train, the person online whose views you dislike, the colleague who irritates you, the former friend who betrayed you, the one whose life seems to have nothing in common with yours, and most puzzlingly, the enemy. Nothing about this is natural. Our natural loves are selective. We are drawn to what pleases us, reflects us, benefits us. We gravitate toward people who admire us, understand us, or make us feel alive. And just as quickly, we turn away from those who threaten us, bore us, or unsettle us. In this sense, our hearts are full of unspoken rankings and quiet exclusions. So Kierkegaard asks, what kind of love can reach across those divisions? What kind of love can bind together the successful and the failed, the attractive and the overlooked, the agreeable and the difficult, without swallowing their differences? His answer is neighbour love, commanded by God. This is why the command must come from beyond human authority. No social law, no cultural expectation, no political program can truly require that you love every person as yourself. At most, they can demand politeness, tolerance, or non-violence. They cannot reach your inward disposition. They cannot touch what Kierkegaard calls the heart's secret. But God, he says, relates to you in that deepest place. And it is there that the command is spoken. In works of love, God is the middle term in human relationships. This is not an abstract formula. It means something very concrete. If I try to love you directly, only on the basis of my own feelings, I will almost inevitably love you as an extension of myself. I will love you because of what you give me pleasure, meaning, admiration, security. You will become a mirror for my needs. But if I love you, God, then I am asked to see you first not as mine, but as God's. As one who exists before the same eternal gaze that holds me. The command says you, too, are a self called into existence, sustained, forgiven. Whatever else you are, whatever roles, failures, histories you carry, you are my neighbour. This middle term protects both of us. It keeps me from trying to possess you or to make you the source of my identity. It keeps me from sinking into despair when you change or when you cannot be what I hoped. It also protects you from my domination and my indifference, because I am not finally responsible for your worth. God is. Kierkegaard insists that the command to love the neighbour is not about a warm, generalized benevolence. It is about works, deeds, concrete actions done in time. He is suspicious of vague talk about love for humanity that never meets an actual human being. To love the neighbour is to love this person here, now, in their awkwardness and need. It means listening when you are tired, speaking when you would rather stay safe, remaining faithful when another's weakness becomes visible, refraining from gossip when it would give you a moment's pleasure, offering help with no guarantee of gratitude. These are small things, almost invisible. Kierkegaard likes it that way. He writes about love as something essentially hidden. It does not seek publicity. It does not display itself to win praise. Much of real love, he suggests, takes place where no one sees, but God and the one who loves. Think of the unseen patience of a caregiver, the quiet restraint of someone who chooses not to humiliate another in public, the simple, steady reliability of a friend who keeps showing up long after the drama has died down. These acts rarely make headlines, yet for Kierkegaard they are precisely the works of love that show what a life is becoming. Underneath this lies his distinctive sense of love as a passion, not a fleeting passion burning hot and fading fast, but a deep disposition, a basic orientation of the self. Love in this sense is not just something you occasionally do. It is something you are slowly becoming. To obey the command to love the neighbor is therefore to let your entire way of being in the world be reshaped. It is to allow your habits of seeing, your reflexes of judgment, your routine gestures of avoidance and dismissal to be called into question. The command is difficult. Kierkegaard does not sentimentalize it. To love the neighbor will sometimes feel like loss. It will ask you to give up the security of superiority, the comfort of resentment, the sweetness of self-pity. It will ask you to step out of the crowd's quiet cruelty, the joking, the exclusion, the casual writing off of whole groups of people as those kinds. At the same time, he suggests this command is also a mercy, because it calls you out of the prison of yourself. Despair for Kierkegaard is often a closing in on one's own pain or pride. Anxiety can turn you inward in paralysis, endlessly circling your possibilities. But love sends you outward. It asks, what does the other need? What is good for them? How might I be of service? Paradoxically, in this outward movement, you begin to find yourself, not as the hero of your own private drama, but as a person whose life is woven together with others in God. The self as a task meets the neighbor as a calling. The little phrase, as yourself, will become important for Kierkegaard when he talks about self-love. For now, it quietly reminds you that you are not outside this command. You, with your own fragility and failures, are also a neighbor to yourself. You too must be loved in truth. So the command to love the neighbor does at least three things at once. It reveals the natural narrowness of our hearts. It names a form of love that reaches beyond preference and inclination. And it points toward a way of existing where your life becomes a continuous, sometimes hidden work of love. Kierkegaard writes not to accuse you, but to awaken you. In the ordinary movements of your day, in the hallway, the inbox, the kitchen, the phone call, you are already standing before this command. Every person you meet is, in his language, a claim upon your love. How you respond will not be recorded in any public system, but it will shape who you become. For a self that refuses this command may become increasingly clever, successful, interesting, and yet remain closed, defended alone. A self that slowly learns to obey it, however imperfectly, becomes something else, a life in which the works of love begin to flow. In this way, the command to love the neighbor does not merely add a moral rule on top of existence. It reveals what existence is for. Part 17. Preferential love versus Christian Agape. Where human love feels most intense, Kierkegaard notices something unsettling. The very forms of love we prize, romantic passion, close friendship, family affection, can quietly curve back into a refined kind of self-love. He calls these preferential loves. They are built out of choice and inclination. I select this person rather than that one. I am drawn to this group, this partner, this friend. There is nothing wrong with this in itself. It is natural. It is human. Much of what makes life rich comes through these chosen bonds. But precisely because they are selective, they are also fragile. They depend on feeling, on mutual attraction, on shared interests and histories. They often thrive on a sense of ours, and not theirs. We talk about me, partner, me, friends, me, people. Kierkegaard does not ask us to deny the beauty and drama of such loves. He is suspicious, however, of the way we tend to absolutize them. We say things like, "As long as I have you, nothing else matters," or "These are my people, the rest of the world can burn." What sounds romantic or loyal can, from another angle, be a declaration of indifference, or even hostility, to everyone outside the circle. In Works of Love, he wants to show how preferential love, when it becomes ultimate, distorts both the beloved and the lover. The beloved risks becoming an idol, a substitute for God, a single point on which all meaning hangs. The lover, in turn, risks becoming dependent, jealous, controlling, or despairing. When the beloved changes, withdraws, or simply cannot satisfy the enormity of expectation placed upon them, the love that once sounded so absolute may curdle into resentment or collapse into emptiness. This, for Kierkegaard, is a sign that behind the language of devotion there was always a deeper motive, self. I loved you, but secretly it was for me, for how you made me feel, for the self-image you confirmed, for the promise that my life would not be ordinary or alone. Into this tangle he introduces another word for love, agape. Christian neighbour love. This love does not arise spontaneously from inclination or affinity. It is not the love of preference, but the love of command. Agape begins not with "I like you" or "I chose you," but with "God commands me to love you." That sounds cold at first, as if God were asking us to perform a task with no joy. But Kierkegaard hears in this command something different, a release from the tyranny of preference. If I must love only those I like, I am trapped in my moods, my tastes, my histories. I will avoid what is difficult, strange, or unflattering. I will continually rearrange the world so that I am surrounded by reflections of myself. But if I am commanded to love the neighbour, anyone and everyone, then love is no longer at the mercy of my changing emotions. This does not mean agape is feelingless. It means that feeling is not what gives it its reality. What makes neighbour love real is its obedience, its continuity, its willingness to remain when every natural motivation has cooled. It is a love that can endure disappointment, boredom, misunderstanding. It is a love that keeps seeking the good of the other even when the original reasons for affection have long since passed. Preferential love says, "I love you because you are beautiful, because you understand me, because we share so much, because you complete me." Neighbour, love says something quieter. "I love you before God, and therefore I must seek your good, no matter what you become to me." Kierkegaard is not asking you to stop having reasons. He is asking you not to let those reasons be the final foundation. Underneath all because there must be a Nevertheless, even if you age, change, fail, withdraw, even if my feelings falter, nevertheless I remain bound to love you as my neighbour. So what happens to preferential loves under this light? Do marriage, friendship, and affection have to be discarded in favour of some colourless universal concern? Kierkegaard's answer is no. They must be transformed, not destroyed. Neighbour love, he says, is like a purifying fire. It burns away the selfish and possessive elements in preferential love and allows what is truly good in them to shine. The spouse, the friend, the child are no longer loved as private treasures torn out of the common human lot. They are loved first and foremost as neighbours. That means I recognize that my partner is not only mine. Before God, they stand as an individual with their own calling, their own relation to the eternal. I am not the measure of their worth. I cannot demand that their whole existence be organized around my needs. If I love them as neighbour, I will at times relinquish control. I will sometimes speak a hard truth for their sake, not for my comfort. I will resist the subtle pleasure of making them spiritually or emotionally dependent on me. The same holds for friendship. Real friendship, purified by neighbour love, is not a closed circle that looks out on the rest of the world with contempt or irony. It is a companionship that remains open to the claim of others. If our friendship makes us less patient, less just, less capable of seeing the dignity of those outside it, then it has become, Kierkegaard would say, untruthful. Consider how this contrasts with much of our social experience. Groups form around shared tastes, beliefs, and identities. Online and off, we cluster into circles of recognition. Within them, love can be vivid and real. Yet these circles are often defined by who is excluded, by who does not belong, who can be mocked, who can be ignored. Kierkegaard would ask, what if the test of the truth of our closest loves is not how strong they feel inside the circle, but how they shape our gaze outside it? If my intense love for my partner or my friends makes me less attentive to the suffering of others, less willing to listen, less ready to forgive, then my love is still ruled by preference. Christian Agape does something subtler. It reorders the hierarchy inside us. No human relationship, however intimate, may sit in the place of God. That is, no person may be the absolute centre around which my entire existence turns. Only when God occupies that place can my human loves be free, free from the pressure to save me, free from my desperate fear of losing them. Under the command of neighbour love, I may continue to have favourites. I may marry one person, not many. I may find a few souls with whom I share a particular depth of understanding. But now, Kierkegaard says, I must relate to these beloved ones in the awareness that the one I love as mine is also equally loved by God, equally neighbour with everyone else. This vision introduces a profound equality into love. The street sweeper and the executive, the stranger and the spouse, the friend and the enemy, all stand before the same divine love. Preferential love can still cherish uniqueness, the particular smell of someone's hair, the way they laugh, the private memories you share. Agape does not erase these details. It refuses, however, to turn them into reasons to deny or demean the worth of others. In that sense, Christian agape does not compete with preferential love. It judges it, it questions it, it asks, is this love truthfully ordered? Does it see the other as a neighbour or as an extension of myself? Does it open my life to the wider human family or close it in upon a chosen few? Avoiding sentimentality, Kierkegaard is clear that we will fail at this. We will slip back into preference. We will cling to our own. But the command remains. It does not crush us, it calls us. Slowly, through many small choices, the self that once knew only preferential love can be remade into a self capable of agape. In that remaking, our most cherished loves are not taken away. They are given back to us, but cleansed, humbled, and deepened. They become not little fortresses against the world, but small, luminous spaces where the neighbour is first discovered and learned. Part 18. The vision of love and proper self. Love. Genuine love, for Kierkegaard, is not only a matter of what you do, it is a matter of how you see. When he speaks of love as a vision, he is not gesturing toward something mystical and vague. He means that love changes your perception. It teaches you to look again at the people around you and at yourself. Ordinarily, our seeing is quick and economical. We glance, we sort, we judge, we form impressions in seconds. Is this person useful to me? Threatening, attractive, boring? We rarely notice that our eyes are full of assumptions and fears. Love in Kierkegaard's sense asks you to slow this process down, to let another person appear before you, not first as a function, co-worker, stranger, rival, ally, but as a neighbour. Someone who, like you, is a self in the making, a story you do not fully know, a life lived before God. This requires attention, not the curiosity that gossips, but a steady, patient regard. Love looks long enough to see beyond the surface impression. It suspects that there is more here than meets the eye, more pain, more confusion, more hope, more complexity. In Works of Love, Kierkegaard explores this in his reflections on trust and hope. Love believes all things, and yet is never deceived. Love hopes all things, and yet is never put to shame. At first this sounds contradictory. How can love be endlessly trusting and yet not naive? How can it hope all things without being shattered by disappointment? The key lies in the kind of knowledge love seeks. Mistrust is quick to latch on to the worst interpretation of another's actions. It sees a hesitation and calls it hostility. It sees a failure and calls it proof of character. It secretly wants to be confirmed in its low estimation. Love, by contrast, is slow to condemn. Faced with ambiguous evidence, it gives the benefit of the doubt. It is willing to entertain candor explanations. Perhaps they were tired, afraid, ashamed, confused. Maybe something unseen is weighing on them. Love does not deny the possibility of guilt, but it does not rush toward it. This is not sentimentality. Kierkegaard insists that love is never deceived. It does not refuse to see what is plainly there. It does not enable harm or pretend that evil is good. But even when love must acknowledge wrong, it does so with a different interior posture. It grieves rather than gloating. It longs for the other to be restored, not destroyed. To live this way is to adopt a certain generosity of spirit, not the generosity of money or time, but of interpretation. It is to allow others the same inner complexity you quietly claim for yourself. And there, almost without noticing, we have arrived at self-love. The command to love the neighbour as yourself assumes that you do, in fact, love yourself. You instinctively interpret your own actions in ways that make sense to you. You excuse your lapses, explain your outbursts, justify your delays. You know why you are not simply the worst thing you have done. Kierkegaard is not shocked by this. The question for him is not whether we love ourselves, but how. There is proper and improper self-love. Improper self-love is obvious in some forms. It appears as vanity, arrogance, ruthless self-assertion. It shows up when I use others merely as instruments for my projects, when my own advancement is all that counts. When any threat to my image provokes anger or manipulation. But improper self-love can also take a more hidden forms. Self-contempt. Here the self turns against itself with cruelty. It calls itself worthless, unforgivable, beyond hope. It refuses comfort. It clings to failure as if it were a twisted badge of honesty. For Kierkegaard, this too is a distorted love of self, because the self still insists on defining itself on its own terms, even against the promise of God's forgiveness. Proper self-love, by contrast, begins with a different gaze. It sees the self not as a possession to be managed or a problem to be solved, but as a gift received. You did not bring yourself into existence. You did not choose your talents, your limits, your basic temperament. Your life comes to you. To love yourself properly, then, is first to be willing to be yourself. Not in the shallow sense of indulging every whim, but in the deep sense of accepting that this particular finite life, with its history, wounds, and possibilities, is the arena where you are called to become true. Kierkegaard's earlier analysis of despair described two temptations: not wanting to be oneself, and wanting to be oneself in defiance of the power that made you. Proper self-love avoids both. It neither rejects the self in self-loathing nor grasps it in pride. It receives itself from God. Out of this reception flow certain attitudes. One is hope. If your worth does not rest on your achievements or your failures, then you may hope for yourself even when you are painfully aware of your weakness. You can say, in effect, I am not yet who I am called to be, but I am not abandoned. There is still a way forward. Another is self-forgiveness, rightly understood. This is not an easy dismissal of guilt, a quick no worries muttered to your own conscience. It is a sober acknowledgement of wrong combined with a willingness to accept forgiveness as real. Many people, Kierkegaard suggests, find it harder to accept being forgiven than to confess guilt. We would rather cling to a sharp, self-punishing image of ourselves than surrender to mercy. But if God loves you as neighbour, if God, as the eternal middle term, does not give up on you, then to go on condemning yourself absolutely is itself a refusal of love. Proper self-love allows you to stand in truth before what you have done, and yet not define your entire being by it. It lets you begin again. In this light, the command to love the neighbour as yourself takes on a new depth. It does not simply measure love for others by love for self. It also suggests that the way you treat others and the way you treat yourself are intertwined. Harshness toward one often mirrors harshness toward the other. if you consistently interpret your own actions in the cruelest way, you are likely to do the same to your neighbor. If you never allow yourself to be forgiven, you may find it almost impossible to forgive. If you live under the weight of a merciless inner judge, you may become a merciless judge of others. Proper self-love, grounded in God's prior love, breaks this pattern. As you slowly learn to see yourself as God's beloved neighbor, finite, flawed, yet held, you become capable of seeing others in the same way. The vision of love that looks outward and the vision that looks inward belong together. None of this is achieved once for all. For Kierkegaard, there is no point at which you can simply say, "Now I truly love myself and my neighbor," and rest. Love remains a task renewed each day. You will falter. You will grow tired. You will revert to old ways of seeing. Yet even in that, there is a kind of hope, because the command to love, this demanding, searching word, does not merely expose your failure. It also continually calls you back. It offers you, again and again, the chance to look differently at the stranger, at the friend, at the enemy, at yourself. In the chapters that follow, Kierkegaard will turn to specific virtues that grow out of this vision: hope, forgiveness, patience, courage. Each is a way that love takes shape in time. Each is, in its own way, a school for the eye and for the heart. For now, it may be enough to notice where your own seeing is hardest. Is it easier to be generous in your view of others than of yourself? Or the reverse? Where does mistrust rise quickest? Where does despair speak the loudest word? According to Kierkegaard, it is precisely there where you are most tempted to withdraw love, either from yourself or from your neighbor, that the vision of love must begin its work. Part 19. The virtue of hope and expectancy. Every despair carries, in its shadow, a quiet question about hope. If despair for Kierkegaard is the sickness of a self that cannot bear to be itself, then hope is the small but steady movement of a self willing to receive itself again, not with naive optimism, not with a denial of pain, but with an inward readiness to expect something from God when nothing can be guaranteed from the world. Kierkegaard often uses the word expectancy rather than simply hope. That shift matters. We usually hope for something specific, a result, a relationship, a cure, a change. Expectancy, in his sense, is more like a posture than a plan. It is not only hoping for this or that outcome. It is living in a way that says, I will remain open to what I cannot yet see, and I will entrust my future, and even myself, to a goodness that is larger than my control. If despair is, as some of his readers suggest, an unwillingness to hope, then hope is already a spiritual decision. It is the decision not to close your future down, not to define yourself once, and for all by your failures, your wounds, or your current limitations. Hope does not deny those things. It acknowledges them fully and then quietly refuses to let them be the final word. Think of a moment when your life has narrowed to a single sentence. This is just how I am. Nothing will ever change. I ruined it. Such sentences feel like conclusions. They have the weight of a verdict. For Kierkegaard, despair often hides precisely inside these inner statements. They freeze the self. They make the present situation absolute. Hope or expectancy loosens that verdict. It does not necessarily say, everything will get better. Rather, it says, I will not claim to know in advance what is possible when I stand before a God, for whom more is possible than I can imagine. Hope is a form of humility. It admits that my understanding of my own story is not complete. This is why, for Kierkegaard, hope is not identical with confidence in my own strength. In fact, mere self-confidence can be a subtle refusal of hope, because it tries to ground everything in my own abilities and strategies. Expectancy is different. It is a trustful waiting that recognizes dependence. It involves a willingness to let myself, my future, and even the meaning of my life be held by something beyond my power. In that sense, hope is inseparable from faith. Faith for Kierkegaard is not simply believing that God exists. It is entrusting the whole drama of your becoming to God. Hope is the temporal shape that this faith takes. It is how faith breathes across time in the way you wait, in the way you continue, in the way you refuse to make your present darkness your final horizon. Consider the difference between two kinds of expectation. One is the expectation of the aesthetic life, the next pleasure, the next distraction, the next experience that will stave off boredom or discomfort. This expectation is restless. It cannot wait, it demands. It is excited, but also anxious, because if the experience disappoints, the self is left empty again. The other is the expectancy of hope. It is not driven by the fear of absence. It is grounded in the trust that, even when visible supports are removed, life is not meaningless and the self is not abandoned. This expectancy can coexist with grief, illness, loneliness, and failure. It does not require that these disappear. It simply refuses to say, because these are here, therefore my existence has no worth. Kierkegaard links hope with the formation of character. It is not just an inner mood that comes and goes. It is something you practice. You practice it in how you interpret your setbacks. You practice it in how you speak to yourself in the late hours of the night. You practice it in how you look at other people, and whether you secretly decide that some of them are already finished, already defined, already beyond the possibility of transformation. To hope for another person in his perspective is itself an expression of love. It is to resist the temptation to define your neighbor by their worst moment or by the role they play in your life. It is to hold open the possibility that they, too, can become more than they currently are. This upbuilding hope is not sentimental. It does not deny damage, but it insists that the final truth about a person is not simply what we can see today. In this way, hope becomes a way of seeing. It sees correctly, Kierkegaard would say, when it sees both the fragility and the possibility in each human being. It sees that we are capable of great distortion, self-deception and harm. But it also sees that, standing before God, no one is merely a set of habits or a frozen identity. There is, of course, a counterfeit form of hope, one that lives on fantasies, on magical thinking, on the refusal to take responsibility. Kierkegaard has no interest in that. True expectancy does not replace work, confession, or courage. It does not tell the person in despair, just think positively. Instead, it invites them to stand honestly in their situation and at the same time to refuse the lie that their situation exhausts reality. Notice how this transforms the experience of time. Despair tends to compress time. The past becomes a prison of regret. The future collapses into a blank wall. Hope stretches time open again. The past remains with all its weight, but it is no longer the only interpreter of who you are. The future becomes not a guarantee of success, but an open field in which something new can be given. In religious terms, this something new is grace. Not a vague feeling that things will work out, but the conviction that God can address the self in any moment, even at what looks like the dead end of all human possibilities. Expectancy is the readiness to receive this address, even when you cannot predict its form. If we listen to Kierkegaard here, we might ask, where, in my own life, have I already decided against hope? Where have I drawn a dark circle and written my name, or someone else's name, inside it, as if no more could be said? What would it mean to erase that circle, not because the pain was unreal, but because I refused to know in advance what God can do with a wounded life? Hope, then, is not a mood that visits us from time to time. It is a virtue, a stable way of standing in reality. It is learned slowly, through failures of hope, through episodes of despair, through moments when you discover that yourself made hopes have collapsed, but something gentler and deeper has not. To live in expectancy is to live with empty hands, not grasping, not predicting, not insisting that God or life conform to your designs. It is to let yourself be addressed by the future as a gift rather than a threat or a possession. It is to awaken each day, even in heaviness, with the quiet acknowledgement, I do not yet know what it means to be me before God. I am still being given to myself. In that ongoing giving, the virtue of hope becomes the atmosphere in which the self can continue to become. Not with noise, not with spectacle, but with the steady, hidden work of trusting that, beyond every despair, there is still more to say. Part 20. Forgiveness and the consciousness of sin. Quiet recognition often arrives before any word like forgiveness can be spoken. There is a moment when you sense, not abstractly but personally, I am in the wrong. Not just, I made a mistake, but a deeper disturbance, a realization that something in your way of being has harmed another, or has been false before God. Kierkegaard calls this sin consciousness. It is not morbid self-hatred. It is the painful but truthful awareness of having failed in love. In his view, forgiveness cannot be real unless this consciousness is present. To be forgiven is not merely to have the past erased. It is to have the truth about the past brought into the light, and then, precisely there, not to be abandoned. We often imagine forgiveness primarily as something we must give. Kierkegaard shifts the focus, fascinated by how hard it is for us to receive forgiveness. To accept that God forgives you is, for him, one of the most difficult spiritual acts. It requires you to let go of the illusion that you can stand alone, self-sufficient, self-justifying. It requires you to acknowledge a radical dependency on one who can do for you what you cannot do for yourself. Pride resists this. Pride would rather cling to guilt than receive mercy, because guilt still allows us to be the judge of ourselves. We can say, what I have done is unforgivable, and there is a dark comfort in that. We remain in control of the verdict. Kierkegaard suggests that this refusal to accept forgiveness is itself a form of despair. It is an offence at the idea that God can cross the infinite distance and release us from our own self-condemnation. In the sickness unto death, this is called the despair of the forgiveness of sins. It is not just that one has sinned. It is that one cannot, or will not, believe that God's forgiveness is real, or that it could apply to someone like me. This despair looks pious on the surface. It can sound like humility. I am too bad to be forgiven. But spiritually, it is another form of pride. It secretly insists that my darkness is more powerful than God's light. For Kierkegaard, the only way through this despair is faith. Faith does not erase sin consciousness. It intensifies it because before God we see more clearly how deeply our lives fall short of love. But faith dares, even in that clarity, to trust the promise of forgiveness. It takes God's word about forgiveness more seriously than it takes its own feelings of guilt. This divine forgiveness, in his perspective, is not a vague benevolence. It is a specific act, the crossing of an immeasurably deep boundary between God and the human being. Only God can forgive sin in the ultimate sense, that is, our failure to love God and neighbour with our whole being. Human beings, by contrast, forgive particular wrongs, injuries, betrayals. We do not forgive sin as such. That is the chasmal, qualitative abyss between God and us. Yet precisely because we are forgiven in this deeper sense, we are called to forgive one another in the more ordinary sense. Kierkegaard calls these works of love. To forgive another person is, for him, never merely a human achievement, a moral triumph you can be proud of. It is something done before God in awareness that you yourself stand continually in need of mercy. Imagine someone who has been deeply hurt. A friend has lied. A partner has betrayed. A parent has wounded with careless words. Everything in the injured person wants to close, to harden, to define the other forever by their failure. In that moment, the possibility of forgiveness feels like weakness or like self-betrayal. Kierkegaard does not romanticize this struggle. Forgiveness is not pretending it did not happen. It is not saying the wrong was small or that it had no consequences. It is not a quick spiritual trick to avoid pain. It is, instead, a long and sometimes agonizing process of releasing the other person from your claim to be their judge. To forgive, in his sense, is to relinquish the right to fix the other person forever in your memory as the one who did this to me. You may still need boundaries. You may never reconcile in outward life. But inwardly, you surrender the pleasure of rehearsing the injury, the taste of quiet superiority that comes from seeing them only as their fault. This is why Kierkegaard insists that forgiveness must be grounded in humility. If I forgive from a position of pride, I am the righteous one overlooking your flaw, then my forgiveness is poisoned. It may even be worse than open resentment, because it hides contempt under the mask of virtue. True forgiveness remembers, continually, that I too am capable of the same or greater wrongs, that I too live only by grace. And yet, there is another difficulty forgiving oneself. Many people find, as they grow in sin consciousness, that the hardest person to forgive is not the neighbor or the enemy, but their own past self. They may intellectually believe that God forgives them. They may sincerely offer forgiveness to others. But when they look within, they feel only disgust or cold judgment. Kierkegaard would say that self-forgiveness cannot be isolated from God's forgiveness. If you try to forgive yourself purely on your own authority, you remain locked in the circle of self-relation. You acquit yourself with one hand and condemn yourself with the other. What finally breaks this circle is the experience of being forgiven from beyond yourself. To receive that in faith is to begin slowly to look at your own past with the same merciful gaze. Notice how forgiveness, in his thought, is bound up with hope. When I refuse to forgive, whether myself or another, I am declaring that the past is absolute. I am saying this deed, this wound, this betrayal defines the person once and for all. There is no real future beyond it. Despair feeds on that closure. Forgiveness reopens time. It does not change the past, but it changes the meaning of the past. What was only a site of destruction can become, strangely, a site of encounter. With truth, with humility, with dependence, with God. The wrong remains objectively wrong. But it is no longer the final word about who this person is or who I am. This does not happen quickly. Kierkegaard's talk of works of love suggests effort, repetition, practice. We may need to forgive the same injury again and again as new waves of anger or grief arise. Each act of renewed forgiveness is a fresh decision not to let resentment become the foundation of our identity. Still, forgiveness is never just our achievement. It is participation in something larger, the forgiveness in which, as he would say, all forgiveness has its origin. We are drawn into a pattern that begins not with our goodness, but with God's willingness to embrace the sinner who cannot save herself. So we might ask ourselves, what keeps me from accepting forgiveness where it is offered? Is it shame that cannot bear to be seen? Is it pride that would rather remain the self-condemning judge than the grateful recipient? And where do I withhold forgiveness from others? Perhaps not in grand dramatic ways, but in the ordinary refusal to let someone grow. Beyond the story, I have already written about them. In Kierkegaard's vision, to live as a self before God is to live continually between two truths. I am more in the wrong than I dare to see, and I am more forgiven than I dare to believe. Sin, consciousness without forgiveness, leads to despair. Forgiveness without sin, consciousness dissolves into cheap comfort. Only when both are held together does a new life begin to emerge. A life marked, not by denial of guilt, but by the quiet courage to walk forward as one who has been released. In that release, the self does not become light or superficial. It becomes more earnest, more responsible, more tender toward the faults of others. Knowing what it costs to be forgiven, it learns to forgive. Knowing the depth of its own need, it becomes patient with the unfinished stories of every neighbor it meets. Over time, hope and forgiveness need companions. On their own, they can remain beautiful ideas. To become a way of life, they require certain steady traits of character. These virtues shape how we move through time, how we face fear, and how seriously we take the work of becoming a self. Kierkegaard lingers over three of these patience courage, and what he calls spiritual earnestness. Patience in ordinary speech often sounds like passivity, waiting in line, enduring delay, simply putting up with what we cannot change. Kierkegaard's understanding is more demanding. For him, patience is an active way of inhabiting time before God. It is the strength to remain in a difficult situation or in a painful truth about yourself without fleeing into distraction or despair. Think of the person waiting for clarity about their life direction, or for healing that may or may not come, or for reconciliation with a loved one that currently seems impossible. The impatience in us wants to force a solution. It wants to escape the tension by any available means. But when no solution is available, impatience easily turns into bitterness or numbness. Patience, by contrast, is a form of inner steadiness. It does not deny longing. It does not pretend that waiting is easy. But it refuses to let the lack of immediate resolution define the worth of a life. The patient person can say, "I do not yet see what this means, and I do not yet see what will come. Still I will remain faithful to the good I know, and I will keep myself open to the word of God in this very delay." In this sense, patience is deeply tied to hope. Without hope, patience shrivels into resignation. With hope, patience becomes a way of bearing the unfinishedness of existence. It is the virtue that allows the self to stay present to its own becoming instead of constantly searching for shortcuts out of discomfort. Kierkegaard also speaks of courage. We often imagine courage in heroic terms, dramatic risks, public acts of bravery. His focus is more inward and more everyday. Courage for him is the willingness to choose decisively. It is the willingness to choose decisively and to remain committed to that choice even when anxiety, doubt, and the fear of loss press in. Recall his analysis of anxiety as the dizziness of freedom. Whenever you truly choose, you confront the fact that you are not simply carried by fate. You are responsible. This can be terrifying. It is often easier to drift, to keep every option open, to hide behind social roles or vague intentions. Courage breaks this pattern. It says, "I will risk becoming a particular self. I will enter into this promise, this vocation, this relationship. This act of faith, knowing that I may suffer, that I may fail, that I cannot control the outcome." Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision not to let fear be the final authority. For Kierkegaard, this courage is especially visible in what he calls infinite resignation, and, beyond it, in the night of faith. Infinite resignation is the readiness to let go of what is most precious when you recognize that you cannot have it on your own terms. The night of faith goes further, trusting that, with God, even what has been surrendered can be received anew in a transformed way. Both figures require courage to resign and then to trust. In the concrete, this might look like someone who relinquishes a cherished dream, a dream that has become an idol, someone who accepts a painful limitation, someone who remains faithful to a promise when circumstances make that promise costly. This is courage at a spiritual depth, not loud, not dramatic, but quietly steadfast. Yet courage, like patience, can go wrong if it is not shaped by another quality, earnestness. Spiritual earnestness, or alva, is difficult to translate. It is not grim seriousness, not an anxious intensity that crushes joy. It is a deep, honest, and sustained attention to the question of how you exist. To be earnest, in Kierkegaard's sense, is to resist treating life as a game. It is to resist floating through existence on the surface, seeking only entertainment or social approval. The earnest person recognizes that each moment, each choice carries weight, that it contributes to the formation of a self that will stand finally before God. But this seriousness is not joyless. On the contrary, it is what makes genuine joy possible. If nothing matters, then pleasure is thin and brittle. When everything is weightless, nothing can be truly received as a gift. Earnestness gives depth to experience. It allows love, work, friendship, and faith to take on significance beyond mere amusement. Kierkegaard contrasts earnestness with the mood of the present age, an age he describes as ironic, detached, endlessly reflective yet strangely actionless. In such an age, people know many things, discuss many possibilities, and commit to very few. They enjoy talking about meaning, but hesitate to shape their actual lives. They hesitate to shape their actual lives around any one truth. Earnestness cuts through this. It calls the individual back from the crowd, back from abstraction. It calls to the concrete, what am I doing with my time? How do I treat the people closest to me? What am I really living for? It brings the question of God, not as a theory, but as the most intimate question of existence. Before whom do I live? Patience, courage, and earnestness are interwoven. Without patience, earnestness turns frantic. You see the weight of life, but cannot bear its slowness, its delays, its seasons of obscurity. Without courage, earnestness turns into self-torment. You see what is required, but never step into it. You criticize yourself endlessly, but nothing actually changes. Without earnestness, patience and courage lose their direction. You may endure, and you may risk, but for what? Earnestness answers for the truth of becoming yourself before God, for the deepening of love, for the quiet alignment of your life with what is good. These virtues are not achieved by sheer force of will. Kierkegaard, standing in a Christian tradition, insists that they also depend on grace. We can practice them, we can desire them, but their fullest form is given. Still, practice matters. Each small decision. To stay present in a difficult conversation rather than escape. To stand by a commitment rather than back away, to examine your motives rather than distract yourself, these are seeds of patience, courage, and earnestness. Consider for a moment where in your life you are being asked to wait, where you are being asked to risk, where you are being asked to take your own existence more seriously, not in a heavy or self-absorbed way, but in the recognition that your life is not a rehearsal. Your life is not a rehearsal. It is already the stage on which you respond to the call to become a self. Kierkegaard does not offer a technique for acquiring these virtues. Instead, he places you in front of the mirror of your own life and of God. He invites you to see how quickly you flee from waiting, from choosing, from seriousness. And then he suggests, gently but insistently, that this flight is a form of despair. This despair is the refusal to inhabit your own existence. To cultivate patience is to choose again and again to inhabit your time. To cultivate courage is to choose, again and again, to inhabit your freedom. To cultivate earnestness is to choose, again and again, to inhabit your responsibility, your answerability before the deepest truth you know. Together these virtues make possible a different way of living Kierkegaard's basic insight that the self is a task, not a project to be optimized, but a relationship to be deepened, a relationship to yourself, to others, and to God. In patience, you allow this task to unfold at its own pace. In courage, you consent to its risks. In earnestness, you refuse to treat it as one interest among many. In this light, spiritual maturity is not measured by emotions or experiences, but by how steadily you can remain in the place where you truly are. How faithfully you can bear the tension between your finitude and your longing for the infinite. How quietly, over years, you can let your life be shaped by the call to become who you are in truth before God.